Ladies and gentlemen, what time is it? What day is it? Do we still podcast? Is Living Split Screen still here? Is there beautiful people locked in right now? And see, Yobi already knows what time it is. See, this is what I like to see. When people don't always take things so overly serious, you can just be part of the naked gang. Hashtag naked gang. Let's go. Let's get naked. That's what I'm talking about, man. Look, hopefully everybody can hear me clearly. I did have to turn down some volumes because it's been a while since we've done this, man. At least that's the way that it feels like. We were only gone for a week and we're back in the saddle, brodies. Like, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're in it. A lot of things have been happening behind the scenes. If you could tell, maybe the energy's a little bit different. You know, you're not getting groggy morning steel right now. You're getting, 10 out of 10, ready to go. It's time for some action steel. And I think I try to bring that on a week-to-week basis anyway. But I think it's going to be a little bit different today, man. We got a lot of conversation to get into. I will say, because I'm doing this thing right now in the background where since I'm working overnights, it's a week on, week off kind of situation. So today, for the sake of my sanity, we'll see how things go. But I may end up having to do like a hard 4-hour stop, which again, who else is doing 4 hours worth of content out here? Let's just be for real. Other people get 2 hours in and they're like, oh, what do we talk about?
Iron Lords, Xbox 2, and us. That's all I can name.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like nobody else is doing it. Nixie knows what is good. He said it's naked weather. You already know it's 90 plus degrees. I'm in Florida. I know I heard King talking about it being 90 something in New York right now, which that is hot. That is definitely hot. I understand. But I'm always at 100% humidity. Do you know that? Mm-hmm. You know how bad it feels that you walk outside and you haven't even done anything yet. You just look at your vehicle and you start sweating. It's not good out here. It's not good, man.
It's gator weather. Let's go.
It is gator weather. They get into the swamps. I'm gonna be able to wake up tomorrow morning and skin me a gator. Maybe make some shoes out of them. Maybe some good gator bacon.
Yeah, feed the family. Let's go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming here to Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. And man, do we have some things to get into. Elden Ring DLC came out and sparking conversations about Game of the Year again, just off of DLCs, which we'll talk about. I agree. It needs to be its own thing. So, maybe we should have a discussion about these long DLCs anyway, because The Witcher opened that door up as well, but I definitely agree. It should be its own thing. Not only that, some other things have been happening in the background as well. Matt Booty interviews, some other people have been talking some real heavy talk out here. And I think it's going to be some time to have some fun. But if you're new to Living Split Screen, we are the home of that RTS view. That's that real-time strategy where we'll pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for those potential 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond have been speaking to. Not only that, and I like to put this in there as well, it is also the home of that ECP. It's that educated consumer perspective because me nor Pong work in the gaming industry. We are just two dudes who have gaming as not only a hobby, but as a passion as well. And we love talking about a wide range of topics in this passion of ours and bring our professional knowledge from what we do behind the scenes in our work lives and everything. So I think that adds additional context to what we do here. And it's also something very different because, some people will say, well, you're not a journalist. You're not this. You didn't go to school for this. And let me tell you something. Because I think, shout out to Khalif Adams, man, real quick. No smoke to him. But he made a post on X, otherwise known as Twitter. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. kind of asking, like, what's the difference between somebody who goes to school for journalism and people who just kind of do podcasts, something in that. And I could be paraphrasing it wrong, but it was something of that ilk, right? It's like, it was phrased like, who do you take more seriously? And I'm going to tell you like this. You know who I take more seriously? People who actually play these fucking games. That's who I take seriously. People who can listen to other people's opinions, other people's thoughts, not get so emotionally charged up that they can't accept something else than what's outside of their headspace. I think for me personally, and that's what I love about what we do here on Live a Split Screen, we have a chat filled with people who are heavily opinionated, that love to chop it up and just have an overall discussion about what's going on in the industry, and just bring that passion and the hotness to it, man. Because again, it's not always about beating every game that you play. It's not always about getting every achievement, trophies, whatever the case may be. But it is about having a genuine conversation, being honest, having some integrity. Integrity. Look up the word if you don't know what it means, because it's missing in a lot of these different spaces. But that's enough, because I gotta introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the brother from another who I have missed for a week. We have talked about nothing behind the scenes. It's been crazy. So you can only imagine what we're gonna get into today. My guy, the one and only X-Man, who is not Cyclops nor Iceman. We gotta relax with that, all right? But he is my guy, Pong. So what's going on, brother, man?
Man, oh man, a little different this morning with fully awake Steel. He always brings the energy on Saturday mornings, but my God, man, you can tell this dude has been rolling for hours already. Love it, brother. Love it, brother. Great to be back here with you, sir. I have missed you a lot. I am old enough and secure enough to say I love you, brother, and I have missed this, man. And I miss talking with you. I miss gaming with you and the entire fam, man. It's been such a single player heavy kind of year this year, man. We really haven't gotten a lot that multiplayer in to chop it up outside of podcasts. So when we don't have a podcast like we didn't last weekend, man, feels like we have been gone for years. Steel, can I just say this real quick? Yeah. Watching the screen and watching your Erdtree play here. Mm-hmm. Happy Erdtree launch week, by the way, to everybody who's doing it. Again, I'm so happy that I had early on decided I was not going back to Elden Ring, because I've been hearing about the difficulty in this thing.
Yeah, it's ramped up.
Still, I watch your game. Why are you killing giant glowing sperm?
It was out in the fields. I wanted to see what it was going to do.
What? Can I just say, what the fuck, Miyazaki? What are we doing out here? My God, man. Sometimes these creators who create these games just boggle my mind with what they come up with, bro. Those things look like giant pink-headed fucking sperm.
They were very creepy and very disturbing, and I didn't want to die by them either.
I'm sure you didn't. Oh my God. You did not want to be the egg to their sperm.
I did not.
Okay.
No, I did not.
All right. Anyways, great to be back. Another episode of Living Split Screen Chat. You guys are all looking amazing. And before I forget, attention, ladies and gentlemen, we had some early coal dropped off this morning. That's right. We're going to start out with the bold Alpha Wolf Pack. Normally we started a Mach 2.0, but that wasn't good enough for him this morning. So he came by and he said, he knocked on the engineer door and he said, Steel, Pong, I got a little bag for you. Get that in the furnace when we get rolling. So we started out this morning at Mach 2.5 and we added an extra car full of splitters. So welcome aboard, all you new splitters. Please pay attention to those monitors above your head. Please listen to the attendants that are telling you how to buckle those 4-point harnesses up. Because if you noticed, if you just glanced at that screen, you said, Pong, you just said Mach 2.5 with that easy 5 layup that Bold Alpha just gave us, but I'm seeing Mach 3.0, and you would not be wrong, because right behind him came the one and only Dakato, who got on the court with that easy finger roll himself and dropping off another bag of coal, getting another car added to the Splitters hype train early on a Saturday morning. We are at Mach 3.0, and then not only did that happen, but I think I saw a single buyer in here. I think
Ooh.
so. A Jimmy Cooks 25. Yo, Jimmy Cooks 25. Welcome aboard, sir. You are in a car all alone by yourself right now, but I'm sure that will change by the end of the show. But he bought himself a single ticket, and we don't discriminate. He got on the court with a nice little easy mid-range jumper. That's right. It was all net, baby. He added some cold to that furnace too. So we are up to Mach 3.25. Please buckle up, everybody, and choo-choo, motherfuckers, choo-choo. What a great way to start off the Saturday morning. Thank you all for being here. Listen, love seeing the names. Love all of this energy that we got going on coming off a showcase week. You know, Steele and I got to talk about that, but
Yeah.
we really didn't get to follow that up with any showcase talk, especially Gears talk. And Steele, I don't know if you saw on Thursday night.
No, I didn't see it. I I heard you, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, so
Looks premium.
There's the bro. This is one of the heaviest T-shirts. This would not be good for Florida Gator weather. Okay, this is a heavy T-shirt, man. Heavy, but it's nice.
It's gonna last. Yeah, it's gonna fucking last.
Look at that.
I
man.
love
Look
that.
at those graphics popping,
I love
man.
that.
I know it's hard to see, but
man,
we didn't get to talk any Gears talk, and so we're gonna have some Gears talk today because I want to hear the man who is still ranked for anybody who didn't hear me on Thursday night. This is crazy. I might as well just roll into what I've been playing. I've been on Gears kick, right? Gears E-Day trailer. As I sat for, after the showcase, really got the Gears juices flowing again, man. To know that we're going back, and we're going to talk about that. I got into Gears mood. So I re-downloaded, of all things, Judgment. I had unfinished business with Judgment. I never finished Judgment. I played, I was like level 40, level something, 40. Yeah, it was like somewhere in there. Played multiplayer, but just fell off like a lot of people did with Judgment, just because, even the multiplayer itself, a lot of people say didn't, necessarily hit the way the old Gears did. And so I never finished the campaign. So I was sitting there going, God, I got to play some Gears, man. And I knew I was going to re-download Gears Tactics, and I was going to start up Gears Tactics again. But I was like, what am I going to mainline? I was like, man, I'm scrolling through my games, and sure enough, there's Judgment. And I'm like, we got to do this, because I really did actually like the campaign. And I did like the story.
The campaign is really good.
Right?
People can fly to their fucking thing with the campaign.
Yeah. And I liked how it was set up. I liked the declassified missions in each one. So I hop back into Judgment. I've been playing Judgment. I'm almost done. I've only got, I think I got a couple levels left here of Judgment, because I'm through the courthouse scene and all that kind of stuff. So playing all the declassified, right? Playing on hardcore. So we're rocking and rolling.
Oh yeah, it's real on hardcore too.
yeah. Having a really
don't do that, Yovi. Don't do that. Yeah, real quick. Yeah, because I have to interrupt, because I personally dislike when either Gears fans do it or anybody else. You can't just write off Gears Judgment. You can't. I don't care what nobody else says. No, I do agree that it is not the Gears of War game multiplayer wise that the other games were. But on a story standpoint, I don't know how anybody plays that game outside of how the game controls and some of the mechanics, because they did change some things that feel kind of weird, especially when you've been playing Gears 1 through 3, and then you get the Judgment and you're like, why does this play like this?
The roadie run is nowhere near as powerful.
No, nowhere near.
It's weird, man.
That campaign in that game was A1 like steak sauce. I liked it.
I did too. Yeah, no, I did too. So I've been rocking and rolling on that. But what's funny is, right, Steele and I became friends on 360 because we were playing something together, and I don't remember what it was, because I know Mav and I did for Midnight.
Was it
Midnight
Onward?
Club?
I don't think it was on.
No, it was not Onward. Onward was Xbox current gen. So it was something else that we had to connect for. So, anyways, so again,
we were on an old game kick too. Was it Dead Space?
Did we have to for Dead Space though? Because we were playing that through PC, weren't we?
That's true.
We were playing through that PC Game Pass, so we weren't through EA Play on PC. So I don't think we had to for that. I don't remember what it was. Damn. We must have hopped into something though, obviously. So I've got my old friends list in there, but anybody who knows that if you got your old 360, it doesn't, obviously the friends list don't migrate to 360 just because you got friends on Xbox One or Xbox Series. So I got all these old people that I haven't played with in fucking decades, right, on there. But then there's Steel and Matt, right? So I go into the rankings for Judgment campaign mode. I was checking it out. What's funny, Steel, you and I are almost split evenly 1 and 2.
Oh, really?
Like, oh yeah, we split so many of the levels. Like you'll be 2, I'll be 1, like higher ranking. Like it's funny as hell when I'm going through the campaign. But then I pulled up the multiplayer stuff just to see. Team Deathmatch.
I was having a good time.
There's Steel's name. There's Steel's name, of course, right? I look at the rank. This dude is still top 1,500 in the world in Team Deathmatch on Judgment. I had to take a picture and send it to Steel, and he's like 1,400 and something. I'm like, bro, are you kidding me? You are still top 1,500.
And Decado is saying that he was like, Decado saying in the chat, he says, Steel, you are also higher than what Pong said. All leaderboards were hacked.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Okay. So
people were hacking leaderboards.
Do you happen to remember, Steel, what you think?
I've never really paid attention to the leaderboards like that because it just
Okay.
never really. I don't play games like that. I just
No,
play, right? Because there's people that I've.
I'm not saying that you care, but I'm just saying
I
it's curiosity. I would think with how much you play something that you would go there and look.
Just offhand, no, I never really paid attention to it or looked at it like that.
Yeah.
And if I did, it was just to see kind of for who were in the top 10 more than anything. Because throughout my entire Gears career, it's always the people who are in the top 10 I was smacking round. So going back and forth with, and those are really the people that you were looking forward to playing with. But yeah, man, like you sent me that picture. And again, I just looked it up because I thought Judgment came out a little bit more recently than it did.
No.
It came out in 2013.
Yeah.
So,
I know. So I had to give Steel props for that because I was like,
no,
Jesus,
I get you,
man,
Yobi. I'm not saying you specific. I'm just being funny.
Yeah, no. Of course, Yobi. No, it's just it's fun to go back, and I gotta say it's you can feel its age a little bit here and there, but again, those games were so far ahead of their time. I think they've aged pretty well. The controls. Nasher still feels
Nasher feels solid, yeah.
Bro.
They did good with the Nasher
against the AI, yo, it's freaking awesome, man. I was having such a blast. So yeah, I've been rocking that. Rocking some Gears Tactics as well. The game is harder than people give it credit for. If you are a Tactics fan and have never tried Gears Tactics, even if you're not the biggest Gears fan, but you're a Tactics fan, you got to play Gears Tactics. It is challenging as hell. And this is from a veteran Tactics player. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm that dude because I don't just play Tactics game. I play everything. So I don't spend the time in them. So I don't play like on the hardest levels of Tactics, but I know I'm pretty good at Tactics games because I've played so many. Like I understand the fundamentals like the back of my hand. Like I get Tactics games and strategy games. But this Gears Tactics is a challenge, bro. This Brumac level. Now I haven't played it in a couple days, but I got to the Brumac. I've restarted twice already. He is kicking my ass, and that's on me because I don't want to lose anybody, right? So I play that way when it comes to Tactics too, especially if I get attached to people. I don't like to lose people in battle, so I'm replaying the Brumac level. But man, goddamn, that game is so good. The customization in that for your characters is awesome. So
I've heard about that.
Yeah, it is. It's freaking amazing, man. So yeah, I definitely recommend anybody go and check in Gears Tactics if you haven't played it, if you're a Tactics fan. Other than that, I've been kind of all over the place, man. I'm still rocking H4 too as well. I'm really in this RTS mode and kind of finishing off my night before bed with a game of H4 against the AI and just having a good time there. Otherwise, it's been a mix. I just picked up Republic of Pirates. I was said I was going to reload it up last night to see if it fixed the one issue I did come across. This is a small team. Okay. This is a small team. It's an indie developer. It's a city builder, like Tropico. Most people would know Tropico, but it's pirate based, right? So, me and pirates, I love freaking pirates. So I picked this up because I found it on GG Deals for $10. So I picked up the key. It just dropped too. It just launched. So I got it for $10, and it's got full controller support. However, you can tell that this is an indie developer, and they slapped on the controller support, kind of last minute deal. But it works, and it's not over the top, and it's kind of a chill city builder. It's not the most complicated, but it looks gorgeous. They did a nice job graphically. It looks cool as hell. Ships look good. Water looks good. Land looks good. And you build out a pirate base, and you're kind of like in the middle of the golden age of piracy. But after they all turn on each other, and your dad was one of the guys who had built out Tortuga and kind of had kind of brought all the pirates together. And then when everything went to shit, because of course pirates can never, form a long-term relationship with other pirates, then he got killed. People turned on him, and he got killed. So now you're setting out to rebuild what he had started on a abandoned island, and it's just you and one ship, and you got to recruit, and you got to do all that kind of stuff. So really good, really good. I did a full controller support. However, the problem that I came across when I played it for a couple hours the other night was that the in-game, when you click on like a building to do, and it pops up that separate sub menu in which you can control things, right? I'll give you a hemp farm. Okay. So I got to start growing hemp to make rope, right?
Right.
So I created a hemp farm, created the building. Well, in order to get the seeds, you got to click on the sub menu and then click on the seeding part so that you can, plant your seeds and plot, right? Well, with the controller, it doesn't want to click on the internal sub menus. None of those buttons work. So that's why I was like, I'm like, okay. So that kind of bothered me, but like I said, it could have been just an issue. It didn't load properly or something. So I was going to refire it up and see, but that's the one thing I found out. But Republic of Pirates, if you guys are looking for city builder right now, cool ass game. Got a full day night cycle. Night cycle looks dope as fuck when you got all the fires, you got the ships lit up and that kind of stuff. Ship battles are fun as hell. I've already had a couple ship battles. That's cool as hell. Again, it's not the deepest city builder by any stretch of imagination. It's kind of more of a chill one, but if you like pirates, this might be up your alley. So go check out Republic of Pirates. It's on Steam right now. It's like $25 normally or something like that. But like I said, I found it for $10 already on GG Deals. It was freaking amazing. Other than that, Steel, I'm trying to think anything else. Oh, I got a shout out. Legendary Yobi. I owe him another apology. I said I was going to post because, of course, the legendary Yobi, the last time we had a show 2 weeks ago, he got me that late birthday gift, the Retro S, from Johnny. I got that thing. I finally got it hooked up, right? Heaven, man. Like scrolling through, and of course, it's emulation, right? So it's not like these games are updated or upgraded or anything. You're playing the original versions, and some of them look better than they used to because they work really well on the big screen. Some of them don't, but there's 8,000 freaking games here, man. I've been going through there, bro, firing up old Neo Geo games, firing up old Dreamcast games, firing up old Sega games, firing up old games that I never had a chance to play in my entire life. I was just going through, man. I was just rocking and rolling. I played a couple rounds of Power Stone. Power Stone's been re-released before on console. It's out there. I think it's even back. It might be backwards compatible. I can't remember, but I've played it, right? But just, they've got the intros to each system, Steel. So when you fire up Dreamcast, you get the Dreamcast intro, bro.
That's so fire.
Like hearing the sound. I fired up PlayStation 1 to hear the PlayStation 1 iconic intro music, like Sega CD. I fired up some Sega CD. He did. Yeah. So having a great time with Retro S as well. Like I owe the apology because I was going to post some pictures because of course can't take screenshots really. So I took some pictures off screen, but I got to post those and give a shout out to Yobi, but I know he's in here. So I'll give him a shout out right now too. But yeah, I'm definitely going to post those, but I'm having fun with that. Tried some Metal Slug Tactics finally, which was the demo on Steam, which is the new tactics game coming from, of course, Metal Slug. Awesome.
Pretty cool.
Awesome, bro. It's got the Metal Gear or the Metal Slug feel, that old school feel to it, but it's a tactics game and it's great. It's fun as hell. So yeah, Metal Slug Tactics is on my list. Also played some. I should shout out this one too. Showgunners. Shout out to Slow Mo Backslap. He pops in here. He lurks sometimes on Saturday mornings too. Slow Mo, if you're out there, brother. He told me about this game on the Shop podcast, like beginning of this year or end of last year when he was on the Shop with us, and he knows I like tactics games too. Showgunners is on PC only, but it is set up like the Running Man style. So it's a game show, but it's set in cyberpunk future. So like you are fighting against like these criminals who this is like their last chance to get out of their sentencing, right? So these are like violent, weirdo, like crazies. But through Dr. the entire,
like Dr. Disrespect?
Yeah, like Dr. Disrespect. Yeah.
Maybe that was too early.
Yeah. But yeah, no. So, but through the entire gameplay, Steel, you've got this game show like announcer overhead while you're fighting.
Oh, that's kind of dope.
Like, and it's like over the top, right? He's like, oh, we got some more gang members coming in. Look out. How are our heroes going to face these guys down? Like as you're like playing, like it's so dope. It's like super cool, man. So I started that game as well. Cause Slow-Mo had said it was, like I said, I can't remember if it was the end of last year, the beginning of this year when he talked about it. I should probably just look up the release date cause I can't remember when it actually released. I think it was last year. Yeah, it was May 2nd, 2023 last year. But he said it was up like one of his personal game of the years for that year. Like this was his game. And so I got to give him a shout out because I played a couple hours of that and it is fun as hell. So I've been rocking out on that as well.
That's fire.
Otherwise, you know me, billion different other things on top of that as well. So, but I'll end it there because we got to get Steel in here because I know he's got some things to talk about, especially Erdtree.
Just a couple. I mean, it really isn't too much. You know, life has definitely been lifing, you know, as it tends to do in the background. The main things that I've been playing is Wuthering Waves and then now Elden Ring. I haven't really played much else. I did get on my little bit of a Gears kick as well, but I ended up running into the issue that I've been having. I did try to re-download Gears Ultimate Edition on Xbox. I couldn't get any lobbies, and Ultimate Edition doesn't have the old Gears 1 lobby system where you could find matches through like custom browser searches and whatnot. And I don't know, I booted it up and I was like, damn, I felt like Ultimate Edition had that, but I do recall me being disappointed about Ultimate Edition not having it, and while I was hoping that 5 was going to have it because they didn't bring it in 4 either, but they did bring it in 5. So I've been kind of off and on, jumping in and out of Gears 5, doing some multiplayer. Not really like ranked matches or anything because, again, I'm not waiting 3 to 5 minutes to jump into a lobby or to figure out who's playing and what, team deathmatch, King of the Hill, or whatever the case. So I just find a custom match, load in there, free-for-all. Free-for-all ranked matches they're kind of lit and popping. Usually run into the same kind of people, though, which is, again, it's a sign that, you know, not as many people are playing Gears as they used to, which, again, to each their own. I'm not going to use that as a negative on it. But Gears 5 has definitely been in somewhat of a rotation, just trying to get back into, not necessarily the training wheels, but get some of my rhythm back, right? Because after Gears 4, about halfway into Gears 4, I stopped playing it as serious. One, maybe I was just burnt out on Gears at that point, or just other games were dropping, and that's when I started expanding out the type of games that I was playing. I think it might have been a dry patch, and I probably was upset with Gears at the time because they tweaked something and it didn't need to be tweaked, and it was just something stupid. No, Yobi, free for all, not free balling. Whoa. I'm not free balling in Gears, man. That'll be weird. That's a weird time. But so I'm not as consistent in Gears as I used to be. Now I still get in there and I can still slide and everything else, but as far as like coming off of corners, wrapping around and getting those shots like I used to, especially blind firing, because for those who don't know, blind firing is the main technique that you need to use to line up your shots. Now you can pop shot as well, but if you're not good at blind firing, it kind of doesn't go hand in hand if you can't do both. Which they've kind of casualized over the years in Gears as well. They did that in 4 and then also 5 to make it a bit easier. So there's been some of that in there, but mainly it's been weathering waves. Time that I can jump in. I haven't really been back in probably a few days here. I've missed out on some login rewards and whatnot, but I believe the update hits today. For new characters are dropping in, the new actually areas also dropping today. I believe that releases today, and it's just a big update. A lot of content coming. I'm probably gonna drop a dub or something in there, just because, again, outside of the battle pass, that was the only thing that I've spent on the game, and I want to show Kuro some love, man. They're doing a lot of things right. Again, for a gacha game, I consider it still along that action adventure, JRPG-esque kind of game still. I think limiting to it just being a gacha game is kind of one unfortunate on one side, and then the other kind of, I don't think it gives it enough credit. And I feel like that until you get to a point in the game to where, because they have echo farming and whatnot, and that's how you end up like mods and essentially that you can get from the different creatures and everything. And there's certain mods and stuff that you want to get to make your character stronger. And you can roll different stats on these mods and everything. So like crit rate, crit damage, attack bonuses, stuff like that. And a lot of them you want more percentage bonuses, and they have a range and everything, instead of flat rates, because you just get better damage off the percentages. And that's when you can really tell it's a gacha game. It's not a game that's meant for you to play for forever. But again, I've already put over 100 hours into it. So it's like every bit of additional time that I get from it, and especially with this recent update, because if I'm not mistaken, they're also raising the energy cap. So let's say, for an example, as long as you're playing pretty consistently, I'm not saying like you got to log in every day, but as long as you're playing kind of consistent, I think they're raising the energy cap to basically being unlimited, so that you'll have X amount of energy built up. So when you do end up playing, you'll have a back catalog, you have like a bank essentially that you can kind of work through, which I think is really cool because it kind of shows that they respect your time, right? It's not something that many other gacha games do. It's something that they did in Punishing Gray Raven as well, their other game. So yeah, man. So that there's that. Double Barrel Gaming. Boom. What's going on, Brody? Hopefully everything is going well. Hopefully the family's all right. But the next thing that I've been into, and that's just been here of late, and I've only put a couple hours in, like literally. The gameplay that you're seeing today on the show is the only time that I've spent in Elden Ring, the DLC so far. Yes, and Echo Recycling. They're actually Decado. They're dropping all that in the update that's coming, where you'll be able to turn like your tier 1 Echoes into tier 2s and 2s into 3s and 3s into 4s. So that's going to be even more enticing for people, because that's another thing. There's nothing like a waste of resources. Like, why am I getting these things if I can't like upgrade it into its next level or something, or use it for a different resource? So that's something else that they're also bringing into the update. But back in the Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. I already changed my name on X, otherwise known as Twitter. You already know what it is. Shadow of the Rain. That's the type of time that I'm on right now. And I got to get through Shadow of the Erdtree. I don't know how long it's going to take me. It's probably going to be another 100-hour experience, especially when I get to end up playing with my brother, because we explore every freaking crevice of the map. We did that with we did that with Elden Ring originally, which is why I almost have 300 hours in it. And also why I'm level 300 plus, right? So, taking those things into consideration though, man, jumping back into Elden Ring, into a DLC especially, and the Souls DLCs are usually pretty solid, right? But jumping back into a game that I was extremely high on, and I loved every moment of, and kind of resetting that sense of wonder, because me and my brother were playing a modded version of Elden Ring on PC, and we were having some fun with that. But there's nothing like the number one thing, and I heard somebody else was talking about this. I saw a TikTok about it. What makes the Souls experience special is that first playthrough that you do. And that's for most games, right? That's why I don't not beat, because I do beat most games, excuse me. But that's why I don't play through games multiple times, right? Because I put all that I can into the first playthrough. Because there's nothing like that first playthrough in most games. In Souls games, typically there's a lot of that element there, because once you learn how the enemies fight and stuff, it's not what it was when you went through the first time. But Elden Ring, what made Elden Ring so special is not only it being a Souls game, but also it being a little bit more welcoming, but that sense of wonder, going a direction, that thing that you look for in open world that we want Ubisoft to kind of change, right? Where, man, I go whatever I can see, I can get to. Right? Wherever I go, I'm going to find something, right? And I don't know what I'm going to find. And now coming into an area where I don't know what's going on, I feel like I'm on my toes again. Just kind of prepared for whatever can happen, right? And I've died quite a few times already, which is just part of the journey as you go through this, learning to do enemies and everything. And Decado, I don't think it was Decado. I think it was Nix. He says, how long is the new DLC? Some people are saying it's apparently 40 hours, which is, that's a whole nother game at that point.
That's a Miyazaki 40 hours though, right? That's what he said. And everybody knows that it usually takes a lot longer than that.
Yeah,
right?
it can, especially if you start exploring, it can turn into 60 and really start unlocking stuff. There's hidden stuff in there as well. In Elden Ring, 100% Geezer, he says Elden Ring was more accessible to people who suck like me. And again, and that's all those things kind of stack onto each other to give you this experience that you don't really get in a lot of games nowadays, right? You kind of got to search far in between. I feel like we're getting a little bit more back into that. Starfield gave me some of that as an example. But just getting that sense of wonder back, especially from a DLC, stepping into this whole area, touching that hand and just being teleported, and you put into the space and you walk out, right? You talk about those walkout moments. You walk out and you just see that shadow of the Erdtree or whatever they want to call it, the tree in the background, just fucking gorgeous. Again, it looks like a painting, a living painting in every way, shape, and form. And then you just start exploring. You're like, bro, what is going on here? So I'm really enthralled with it. I haven't been able to put too much time into it with work and everything, because again, it's one thing about Souls games is, especially for like me at least, or more difficult games, is it does take attention, right? And if you're tired, I know myself, along with some other things that I've changed health-wise in the background that I'm still trying to kind of deal with. For those who want to know, I stopped chiefing. So if you're interested in that, mainly just to get my focus back in line. But with me stopping that, it raises kind of that irritation. It kind of makes me feel like when I stopped smoking cigs, right? Where you come off the nicotine, and it's kind of very similar in that way, but not as bad where it's just like, I feel like I'm about to get juiced. No, nothing like that. But more so, it's just that feeling of, I need something to relax. And it's like, nah, let's sit, relax. Hey, if I'm tired, I'm just tired, man. So, but yeah, man, it's been really fun to jump into it. Can't wait to jump back into it. I probably won't be able to get into it today, but hopefully I can jump back into it tomorrow. And if not, I got all next week to jump into it. So, with my week on, week off schedule. So things are going good, man. And Delroy asked, did you farm souls for that level steal or naturally level up? Delroy, I naturally leveled up. I do not farm in these games. That is not the way that I play. I personally, I just don't like doing that. Shout out to whoever who enjoys that. Again, you know, Pong said it plenty of times. Hey, I went over here and I farmed these dudes with the boulder. You know what I mean? Now it does help that I was also helping my brother, because my brother uses me as his, he's not bad at the game either. It's just funny. When me and him play, I got to start streaming more of when me and him play together, because it's just so fucking funny. Like the situations that we run into, the things that happen. But I'm his fucking workhorse. You know what I'm saying? So we'll get into these moments, and I think a lot of the levels, because my first playthrough, I think I ended up around probably like 215, 220. But then running through it with him, and he was already like halfway through the game or something like that. At the time, that's how I caught those original levels. And he's even higher than me because him and his buddy found a trick to get some extra souls, and they were duplicating items. And I was like, oh my God, here you go. So he's a little bit higher than me, but he's going to have a rude awakening thinking that he has a character that's going to be able to do exactly what he wants to do when he gets into this DLC. But yeah, man, the sense of wonder is there. I can't wait to get back into it. And gaming is just in a beautiful place right now, man. When there's just different things for you to play. I mean, again, you go from one end of the spectrum with Wuthering Waves and a more action-based game, and then I'm playing Elden Ring again. You know what I mean? And then we have the First Descendant that's right around the corner. Once Human, Bold Alpha brought up, which is going to be out on PC, which is another game that I'm extremely interested in. It's like that Division survival style superpower game that came out. It was in beta for some time. They closed it off. Nobody else could get in. And they've been working on it, I want to say, for about 6 months to a year now at this point. But that's now getting to really, there's just so many, that's not even first party games that I'm talking about, right? So it's just a beautiful time right now. I'm really loving everything that I'm experiencing. And yeah, man, just enjoying myself. So yeah, that's about what I've been into. So
I love to hear it, man. I love it. Again, from the sidelines, just watching it, and obviously knew how big this DLC was going to be for everybody. And having the utmost faith, obviously, again, even as not the Souls player, but as somebody who, you know, did certainly play some Elden Ring and understands, always has wanted to do this, right? But the utmost faith that From Software and Miyazaki was going to come through with this DLC, and it was going to be special. And now seeing everybody getting into it and talking about it, and all the new bosses, people finding stuff again for the first time. Like you said, that sense of wonder, which I gave Elden Ring all the credit in the world. I said the sense of exploration was right up there with Bethesda, right? I very few games have approached that level for me, but even as not the Souls guy, walking around and discovering things in Elden Ring, oh yeah, it's right up there, and that they carried that over into this DLC as well with even more is just super dope to see. And it is funny seeing people who were doing all right in Elden Ring come into the Shadow of the Erdtree and finding out that they stepped it up difficulty wise, and they made things a little bit, they wanted to make it a challenge. And I kind of had that feeling when, you know, it came out that, you know, they were locking the DLC behind a couple bosses that you had to go find in Elden Ring before you could actually just hop into the DLC, and seeing people upset about that. And I'm like, From's earned that, man. That's pretty damn cool that they make you earn your way to the DLC.
I don't mind that. I don't mind.
No, it's cool. I get people say, hey, I bought the DLC, I should just be able to hop in the DLC. But come on, man. It's kind of cool that they did that. Make it go work a little bit if you miss those bosses, because they were bosses that you could miss on your playthrough of Elden Ring. You know, I just thought it was kind of dope. So it's great to see From Software delivering like this. Again, no, they can't be up for Game of the Year. I'm sorry. They had their moment in time. Elden Ring had its shine. We don't get to do this again.
We need a new category.
No matter how how great it is. We don't get to do this again, okay? And I would say that for any game. It's not just because I'm not a Souls guy. I would say it for any game.
Yeah, Witcher was the same. Blood and Wine doesn't deserve to get a award just because it's an expansion.
Nope. And if Shattered Space comes out and blows everybody's minds,
it's an expansion.
Starfield don't get to go back up for it again either. Okay, so but I just think it's awesome. I love this part about the community. That's why, like I said, you guys all know me. I'm not the hater just because I don't play a game. I don't look at it and go, this sucks, or whatever. I look at this and watch Steele's gameplay and seeing other people's clips this week and appreciate the work that went into this game, and I'm so happy for everybody in the community who is loving the hell out of this DLC. This is what it's all about, man. The golden age of gaming is here, getting some of the best from some of the best developers in the world. That's what it's about, and love it, man. Love it, and love to hear your excitement again, Steele.
Yeah, man. It's just really fun, man. Just to get that experience again, and hopefully everybody's having a good time playing the games that y'all are playing. Let us know in chat what y'all into right now, what y'all rocking out as well. And yeah, I mean, Nixie says it's fascinating to see people who haven't played. I hope FD is first descendant. Talk about it. A lot of dum-dums out there. Yeah, man. It's just like when people talk about other looters, bro. It's just. Yeah. If you don't know what the game is, then don't talk about it. Like, if you want a quick explanation from me, it's like if Warframe, Destiny, and The Division had a little bit of a baby, but more Lost Planet than anything.
That's dope
for sure.
I can't wait to hop into it, bro.
It is a lot of fucking fun, bro. It feels good to play. The powers feel good. I loved every moment that I played. And again, the game's not perfect. And they've only changed it. I haven't played the most recent beta, but they made a lot of changes on there as well. And it's coming out like within the next couple of weeks, so everybody will be able to get a chance to check it out. Ohio Man says, did y'all see that it's looking like Warhammer Space Marine 2 is not looking like it's coming to Game Pass after all? I know for a fact that it was going to be a Game Pass. No, Ohio, it was never clarified that it was going to be on Game Pass. If it was, I would need to see something about it. I don't recall that. Again, maybe I'm missing something. I don't ever remember seeing that.
You're not, Steel. You're not. That was never announced. There has been a lot of Warhammer games that have come to Game Pass, right? And so that relationship with that franchise, there's somebody with an Xbox, and I think it might be Phil, who absolutely loves Warhammer. Yeah. And they do get a lot of those games. They generally come to Game Pass so after launch. We haven't had too many day and date Warhammer games, but they've had a lot of them come through, and I wouldn't doubt that at some point Space Marine 2 does. But I had never ever once, through all the stuff that I saw, and if somebody can point me to an article or something, not just an assumption by the article writer, which we've had a lot of that out here, but somebody who actually points to somebody at Focus stating that it was coming to Game Pass, I'd love to see it. But I never, through all the shows, all the showcases, every time we've seen it, it has never been implied that's coming to Game Pass. I think some people out here, as with
marketed for sure.
Yes, Xbox marketed for sure, but there's a lot of people out who now run with every game. Oh, it's coming to Game Pass. Oh, this looks like a Game Pass game. I don't think so. I don't remember any time seeing anything that implied that in any way, shape, or form. But again, if you did see something and you got it, let us know. Pop it in the chat. More than free to pop a link in there. I'd love to see it. But Space Marine 2, I think that they knew. We're going to talk about. We'll talk about it. We don't have to get into it now. We'll talk about it in a little bit because I think Steele and I got some. We've been all over Space Marine 2 from the beginning, but it's just getting better and better. But I think they knew they had something special with Space Marine 2 from the get go.
Yeah,
and I don't think they had to sell the bag for, or to get the bag for. I think that they knew this game was going to fill a need for third-person shooters that are violent, that are mature, that we just don't see a ton of anymore. Talking of Gears, right? Yeah. And I think they figured they could fill that role, and the work that they're putting into this game, again, we'll get into it. Steele and I are going to be all over this. Like the fam's going to be all over this. This is, you might be seeing a whole lot and hearing a whole lot about Space Marine 2 when it drops, and we'll see how it plays. But right now, they are speaking all the right stuff right now. So we're gonna get into it. But I'd love to see something that says that was coming to Game Pass. Stu, you want to catch up on the member chats and stuff, or do you need me to grab them?
Yeah, go. Let's see. I think I should be able to grab them. Here.
Can you grab those back?
Starting with Yobi, who was one of the first ones for being a splitter for 9 months with that legendary loot. He says, "Peace, love, life, modern day legends."
You, sir, are the legend.
Then we got Fun Speculation, who's been a member for 10 months, said, "Living La Vida Taco." Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said
we're having tacos tonight.
Free, he said free tacos on Steel. So
why not?
Earlier too. Yeah, why not?
Hey, if we ever meet up in real life, we could definitely get some tacos and meet him, no doubt. Rescue Squad Gulp with the member for 6 months. It says, "Happy 6 months and good morning."
Happy 6 months to you, Rescue Squad call. Appreciate you being here, brother. One of the OGs, man. Rescue Squad's been around since like the beginning, bro.
Appreciate
so great
you,
to see you. Yeah, absolutely.
Then we got Jimmy Cooks, 25.
I got that one. I did that.
Welcome to the Splitters.
And then, that was a single ticket. Okay. That was that single ticket buyer. We got him. But shout out to Jimmy Cooks again for joining.
And then we got the Decado, who's been a member for the 11 months. He says, "Holy shit, that Diablo fireside chat."
Haven't watched it yet. Decado, saw some of the highlights. Shout out to the Mythic. They're getting rid of unique Uber uniques, and they're going with Mythic, which is going to be purple now. Okay. Come season 5, which looks super dope. So I saw some of the highlights, but I have not watched the fireside chat. But yeah, I've been playing Diablo 4 as well. It's part of my rotation. I'm level 99 with my latest Necro. So I am definitely enjoying season 4, although I have hit that point, Steel, and I talked about this shortly on PM in the PM on Thursday. I have hit that point now, like the Necro Blight build that I was running, and I wasn't going off of anybody's, meta. I was just making my own, was viable, really viable, up until probably 92 to 95. And now I've hit that wall, Steel, where I am getting one-shotted or just randomly dying seemingly out of nowhere from some unknown explosion or whatever the case may be, that I've had to start looking at meta builds if I'm going to continue. And that annoys me. You know how much that annoys me.
Yeah, I don't like that, man.
Like I said, it was great up till like 92, 95, which is better than it was originally. Yeah. Like, before, again, it was like a lot better. I was 75. Having a great old time running what I wanted to run, just fooling around, having a great time. Yeah, we're back to that. Oh, you got to run certain builds with certain classes in order to keep progressing or to run pits or whatever the case may be, which is what you have to do. So they still got work to do, but my God, they've done so much work to Diablo 4. Again, it's not, there's certainly all the hardcore ARPG fans out there who want to shred this game. Shout out to It's Alex, one of the most high profile guys who's all over Diablo and Blizzard all the damn time. I get it. Like, I understand where you guys are coming from. Blizzard should know better. Blizzard shouldn't have to have, time after time redoing this game. They should already kind of know in 2024 what works and what doesn't work, but seemingly they don't, and they continue to fix things. But I gotta say, it does play extremely well, and it is fun, and you don't have to run meta builds early now at all. But it's going to take a lot of work to rework my Necro. So we'll see if we do it or not. But I had a great time. It is really fun. But yeah, shout out to Diablo 4, who will continue to be in my list. I mean, it's not going anywhere. I can't wait to see Path of Exile 2 when it finally drops in beta this year as well. I'm looking forward to that. That might take over the Diablo 4. We're going to find out. I'm pretty confident they might from what they've been showing off. So, but right now Diablo 4 is all it, and I can't wait, of course, for the expansion. So Veil of what is it? Of Hatred. God dang it. I always forget it. It's not Veil of Hatred. What the hell is it? It's not Vial of Hatred. What the hell is it, Steel?
It's right there, and I can't.
What is it? What is it? God damn it. This is my early morning, not fully awake brain working here now. Diablo 4 expansion. What the fuck?
Vessel of Hatred.
Vessel, god damn it. V something. Vessel of Hatred, thank you. So I'm like super excited to continue the story. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited for the story for sure.
That showcase trailer was freaking phenomenal.
So
I'll be back into that too as well. But yeah, no, shout out to Fireside Chat. I'm going to go back and pick up on the Fireside Chat and see what else they're changing. But season 5 with the mythics going to this purple level, I can't wait to see about that. So yeah, shout out to Blizzard who continues to work on their product, man. And again, it's one of the biggest games right now, especially after they dropped in the Game Pass. They said it again, biggest Diablo. So it works, right? They're getting people in playing it. So now their job is to keep people and to fix what most people are complaining about. So anyways, did you add blood orbs to it? Not meta, but keeps fortifying damage. Yeah. So Decado, right now, I get fortify from my skellies, right? So I get fortify from my skellies. So I am fortified a lot all the damn time. And it still doesn't help. Okay. I got armor, 12,000, something like that. So, again, like I said, it was fine up through like mid 90. I was fine. I was having a good time, still challenging at points, still could get killed here and there, but wasn't a big deal.
That should be, that's like, the thing that's kind of disappointing, I would say, is that kind of demonstrates just lack of, and again, I'm not a game dev, but it's just, there's some form of lack there, right? Because I don't think that you should have to do a meta build in order to progress through the game, especially if the game's cap is 100. Now, if you're trying to go past 100 and there's prestige and all this other great stuff, then maybe I can understand that. But even then, I still don't think that there has to be. I just think that that's bad gameplay mechanics, for at least in my eyes. And I think that's the most disappointing thing for me about Diablo and why I was hoping for more out of Diablo 4, because that was already happening before, where it's like, okay, unless I play a certain way, this game is not going to respect the time that I'm putting into it. And I shouldn't have to min-max literally everything in order to be viable. Or what if I want to use, the 4 other abilities in my tree that I never use any other time because I noticed that they don't work like that? Why don't those abilities get buffed so they can be more versatile? Oh, well, you want me to get this perfect roll on this specific piece of armor. And it's like, nah, like, why can't the base abilities just be decent themselves? And sometimes it feels like, whereas compared to a game like Path of Exile or even Last Epoch, where you play those games and the abilities, sure, maybe in the end run when you're trying to do whatever else, again, past a certain point, maybe there is some of that, but even then, you should still be able to, at a base level, especially if you've been playing, I mean, like, I don't know if I can say we're casual ARPG players or casual Diablo players. Like, we have an idea of what we're doing and know kind of what we're doing. Sure, the games might get newer, but why do I gotta like, oh yes, this is the best build for this? Now, if I haven't played in a while and I want to look that up, that's one thing. I do that with Call of Duty all the time. Sure. I don't play it. I don't play every day. So yeah, I'll go look up what's the meta loadout right now. Let me go shoot some folks. Like, 'cause that's all I care for, right? In Diablo, it shouldn't feel that way, right?
No, and that's probably one of the biggest differences, like you said, between Diablo currently and, a game like Path of Exile, in which every build is viable. Like, again, Path of Exile, you might have more of a challenge if you're not running certain things in Path of Exile, but it doesn't become to a point where it's frustrating. You just have to pay more attention and you have to be on your toes a little bit more. But that is the thing with Path of Exile, and I'm hoping that they keep in Path of Exile too, is that you can run any build you want to. Like, any build, you can make it work. Like, you can get it, to a point where it is still, whether you're running solo or whether you're running with a crew
Right.
that you're going to be able to get into any of the content and still
what.
complete it. Yeah, exactly.
There's always going to be meta, right? Meta's going to always exist.
Always.
The best way to
Always.
play to get the best damage possible.
Yeah,
But
especially when you got skill trees, or when you got
Right.
when you got aspects to equipment, and you got all these
This.
percentages. Everybody's good. There's always going to be people who run spreadsheets that figure out the absolute optimum, way to play with a class, right? There's always going to be that meta, but that doesn't mean that it should fall off so hard for somebody who's put in, so much time into a character to get them up to, level 90, have really good gear, and it just all fall apart where all of a sudden, like I said, I'm getting one-shotted out of nowhere. Like, that doesn't make fucking sense to me at all. Like,
I should be able to take a couple hits, something like.
Yeah. I mean, again, Necro, you're going to have your classes that are squishy.
Sure,
you're going to have your classes that are squishy. That's just obviously how the classes are set up. But come on, man. It shouldn't just jump all of a sudden out of the blue where I'm just like, Jesus, man, what the hell is going on?
It kind of makes me feel like still that there's something off with the resistances possibly, or something to that nature, because that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, it doesn't.
And who was saying it in the chat? Nixie was saying, I hate meta builds. Devs should be smart enough not to make them available. Yeah. Again, that's why I was making the point that I made. Meta's going to exist. That's just part of the game. But it doesn't. Everything should be viable, though. Yes. I don't need to do the utmost damage ever. I just want to be viable. Like, I want to be able to read what's on the screen, match stuff together, and say, you know what, that sounds like it should work fine, and then I not get one shot.
right.
That's it. Especially when a couple.
Especially when your stats dictate that you should be able to take a couple shots. Like, again, anyways. Yeah, we've been on that rant for a long time. But again, I love Diablo. You guys know this. I don't even know how many hours I'm at now. I've got to be approaching 500 hours in Diablo at this point now. Nice. So, yeah, because I was at over 300. It was right alongside Starfield last year, right? So, now at this point, because I played each season, I've got to be approaching 500 hours. So, yeah, I mean, again, I love the game. Just wish they would fix some of the stuff that's still out there that's still causing some issues, but they're getting better. And it's again, it still scratches my itch that I love from looters, right? It still scratches that itch. There still is no better feeling when that unique drops, when you hear that chime go off. And I understand that is like the base level lizard brain, right, response in humans, right? And that, maybe we should be better than that. But for me, it works, and I still enjoy the hell out of it, and I can turn my brain off for the most part and dive in and just have a good time, and that's all that matters. And so for me, it still works. It just, come on, guys, it's 2024. You guys been doing this for a long ass time, man. Come on. So, but anyways, we've had enough Diablo 4 talk. It's fine.
Nah, and I say that about all games. It's going to be, all these games need to work on their overall gameplay elements and making sure it's more fun. It's more fun, right? Making sure to put the fun first before everything else. So, man, since we skipped a week, we had some games that we missed out for the upcoming, but it is a new week. So, Pong, do we get into these upcoming games?
Yeah, I'm going to shout out the chat here as we have, we got to shout out who's rocking with us after a week off, man. You guys are all freaking amazing. So we're going to shout out with the Geezer Prime. What's going on, Geezer Prime? Great to see you in here. We got that one and only Dakato. What's going on, Dakato? We got the Shane G in the house. What's going on, Shane G? Great for you. Great to have you join us this morning. We got the one and only, of course, Nixie's in here as always. Appreciate you, Nixie. We got, who else we got in here? We got the Ohio man. What's going on, Ohio man? Great to see you. He says metas are important because I ain't got that kind of time, honestly. And if you use metas that way, I get that too. If you just want to roll through and you start, with metas, I understand that too. I get it. I do get it. So who else we got? We got Tim the Sorcerer in here. What's up, Tim the Sorcerer? We got the Delroy in the house. What's going on, Delroy? Great to see you as always joining us. We got the Brett Bingham in the house. What's up, Brett Bingham?
Brett.
Who else? We got the one and only legendary Yobi, of course, is in here. As you already knew, we got the It's Timmy. It's Timmy's in here. What's up? It's Timmy. Great to see you joining the show as always, sir. We got MBG in the house. What's going on, MBG? Great to see you. Hope you're having a good time, man. I know people still clipping you out here, but I hope you're having a good time. We got the Lydian Master in the house. What's up, Lydian? Great to have you joining the show today as well. We got the Stephen Avery in here. What's going on, Stephen Avery? We got the Oats. What's going on, Oats? Oats says, at the gym, be back in a bit to catch a show. Health is wealth, as Cog likes to say, man. Absolutely. So you know what? Shout out to you, brother. Great to have you join, and I hope you have a good time at the gym, man, for sure. Who else? Who else we got in here? We got Jason Max in the house. What's up, Jason Max? We got the one and only Nam Omar in here. What's up, Nam Omar? Great to see you, brother. We got the Ghost Wolf 3599. What's up, y'all? Gonna be working and lurking today. Just wanted to say hi while I had a chance. Shout out to you. Been there myself, working. Get it, man. I hope you enjoy it. Glad we can help you pass the time at work, and I hope it goes by fast. We got the boss in here. What's going on, boss? Great to see you. We got the brother from another, Psychonauts, who made a rare appearance on Xbox Ultimate last night. Stole a laptop because his PC shit the bed, but he stole a laptop and joined us on Xbox Ultimate. Always great. Missed him. He wasn't around for Showcase season with us. So it was great to see Psychonauts pop in with us. And we had, for anybody who doesn't know, on Xbox Ultimate, we had the ultimate surprise guest because Jasper, that's right, Jasper showed up from space. Mr. Space Force himself to actually join us, which was freaking amazing to get Jasper again. And he gave the Xbox Showcase a classic Jasper 7. I had to get it out of him when he scored it, and he came through with the Jasper 7, which is a 9 to most normal people. So shout out to Jasper too. He might be lurking in here as well. We got the Double Barrel Gaming, the one and only Mr. Boomstick in the house, who had a fantastic time down in LA, who keeps rocking out shows 5 days a week. Don't know how you do it, brother. But love to see you in here, Boom, man. Miss you. And I'm going to get back on one of your shows at some point here, brother. I promise. At least for one. We got the Brandon Barnes in the house. What's up, Brandon Barnes? Great to have you joining the show today, as always. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Keep scrolling. You guys talk so much. Jimmy Cooks 25, who bought him that single ticket earlier, is in here. Great to see you. We got the Mishi Miyagi in the house. What's up, Mishi Miyagi? Always good to see you, sir. We got the Raymond Haverfield in the house. What's up, Raymond? Great to see you. Oh, God. Raymond, pause. I didn't see this comment earlier when we were talking about, I think this must have been when we were talking about the sperm that Steel was fighting earlier in Erdtree, but he said they swell up and bust.
Yes, they do.
Pause, man.
Yes, they do.
Stanley Francois is in here. What's up, Stanley Francois? Always good to have you joining the show, sir. Thank you for being here. Oh, the brother from another fun speculation, Mav, made his presence known earlier as well. Free tacos on Steel. Love to see you, Mav. Good morning to you, sir. Bold Alpha Wolfpack, of course, is in here. Made himself known earlier. We got the Rescue Squad Culp, of course, who's celebrating 6 months as a part of the Splitters today as well. Shout out to you, Rescue Squad, one of the OGs. Great to have you in here. Who else? I'm missing anybody?
Real quick, Yobi says, just chatted with Crazy Louie. He's in Miami, so we're meeting up tomorrow before he leaves. Hey, that's somebody who will actually get naked. So you got to be careful. All right. He likes to take showers and videotape them. So, make sure I get something to eat in public. There's no showers involved, and I think we'll be good to go. But no, that's super dope to see. But take some shots, man. Post it on Twitter.
Post some shots, man. Louis is on another level, man, and I can't imagine Louis let loose in Miami, bro.
Maybe he was there for business and not pleasure. Real quick, Silverback, what's going on, man? Ain't seen you in a minute. He says, Boom thinks Xbox is selling more consoles than PlayStation. Well, we factually know that that's not accurate. Now, will they?
Or maybe right after the showcase. I mean, we'll get the numbers.
There is some clarification to be had there. So I guess it depends on what angle there needs to be taken there. Right. So. And I heard Psycho talk about it last night. He said he was getting like 4-1 Xbox versus PlayStation 5 sales.
It's all anecdotal, but hey, man, you just never know. Right. You just never know.
Well, and we'll know for sure, I think, by the end of this year, what's really kind of a better idea of what's happening. And again, this entire console conversation that we kind of continue to have, it's not what people keep trying to make it be. This is not 10, 15 years ago. The game is being played differently. Microsoft is playing, it's not even 5 years. Yeah. Microsoft is obviously playing their game differently. And can you say, oh, well, that's Microsoft's problem and they can't, bro, they're literally telling you to play wherever the fuck you want to. That is a personal problem if you think that they should still be focusing on the console.
Yep, I do. And again, I have my disagreement, but it is what it is. That's just me, the old school in me. Right? I like the old way, but again, I do understand the new way, right? And I understand the evolution that we're going through right now. But again, that's why you don't, it is what it is. PlayStation worldwide is, 3-1, 4-1. So I mean, it is what it is.
They could be 4-1 right now, but PlayStation's 4-1 or globally. So But
I was just saying. Cool kid's gonna cool kid, man. It is what it is. So
I heard y'all talk about that last night as well, with Jasper having a little bit of his experience with some of the guys he's around. And again, I feel like that's things that we've been speaking to as well. The overall majority is always going to speak towards the popular thing. Apple has done it. PlayStation has done it. I mean, again, Nintendo has done it. I mean, there's this recent showcase, which we'll get into because I got smoke for that. Maybe not as much as Mav has, but that was a piss poor ass showcase. Like, I tried to stand back, but ladies and gentlemen, that was ass. It was a 2-pack of ass, and Metroid should not look like Halo. I mean, they're similar to each other for sure, but good God.
Hey,
maybe I just don't have the same passion for Metroid that I used to, and I've seen greater and bigger pastures, so that could be very well a part of it. But that shit was a 2-pack of ass. And again, that's just me. I'm not the Nintendo dude. I also play Pokemon, so hey, talk about me how you want. I played Metroid Prime Dread as well. 2-pack of ass though. 2-pack of ass.
All right, well, we're gonna get into it. Oh, God, you guys, man, I tell you, I'm not even that hard on Nintendo. Jesus, Sith Lord is in the house. He came here early saying choo choo. What's going on, Sith Lord? Borbs 8203 said morning, everybody. Earlier as well. Great to have you both a part of the show. If you guys are lurking and I didn't get to you guys, all know the love is the same for all of you because again, you're giving us your most precious commodity that you own, which is your time. It is limited for all of us, and tomorrow is never promised. The fact that you show up here and to any of the shows and give us your time can never be understated. So much love and respect to all of you in here who are rocking out with us, whether you're live, whether you listen to us in the future, whether you're chatting or whether you're not. Does not matter to me and Steele at all. So we love you. Love you so much. I see Froggy T. Wright is in here. What's up, Froggy T. Wright? I also see Bellantone dropping on in here. What's up, Bellantone? Great to see you both joining the show this morning. Thank you for being a part of it. Of course, Steele just shouted out Silverback. Great to see you in here, Silverback. And he came through with the $2 super sticker. What's going on, Super? What's up, Silverback? Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you donating, man, so much. Again, never expected, but always appreciated no matter what. So thank you all for being here. So let's get into this upcoming week of games so we can start chatting in case Steele's got to do a hard draw on 4 hours here. Let's get this going because we got a lot to get into actually. Let's see here. We are Steele, we are almost 6 months completed this year.
We are almost 6 months completed, and I need to change some dates real quick.
So we are on the week of June the 24th. And again, for anybody joining us new, fresh, that hasn't heard our segments before, we do use Game Informer's upcoming list of games for the next week, and which we shout out. Again, it's not always going to be perfect. Again, the gaming industry is dropping 1 billion games right now. If there's any major ones that are missed and you are in the chat live, please let us know so we can get that shouted out. But Game Informer is as good as it's about going to get. So, week of June the 24th. Well. We're going to start this off on the 25th. And we're going to start off with a classic game. Beyond Good and Evil is getting a 20th anniversary edition. Now, Beyond Good and Evil has been re-released in HD form, as many of you fans of Beyond Good and Evil may know. I think that was actually during the Xbox One generation where we got an HD version. It is backwards compatible. You can go pick it up now. They are doing, it's a good game, Steel. It's a good game. I'm going to tell you that. It's a good game. Okay. It might not be for you, but it's a good game. Beyond Good and Evil 20th anniversary, they are doing another update to it. Yet again, 4K 60 this time. They are updating some of the graphics to it. So, for all the fans out there, the big part of this anniversary edition, which I don't know how many people caught wind of this week, it was kind of talked about, but we know Beyond Good and Evil 2 is coming up on nearly 9 years of development, okay? A lot of people think that that game is vaporware, that Ubisoft will eventually just wind up announcing that it has been canceled because it has been dead quiet.
Yeah.
Right? There's been no news of Beyond Good and Evil 2, okay? But for this 20th anniversary edition of the first one, they are adding an additional mission, which is actually going to correlate Beyond Good and Evil 1
to 2
with Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Okay.
Correct. I mean, they are adding a mission. So if they're doing that, we got to believe that Ubisoft plans to continue to get Beyond Good and Evil 2 to release. Okay. So they're adding this mission. So it's going to be a big deal. Again, I won't be day one on this, but down the road, will I go back to Beyond Good and Evil again with the 20th anniversary edition? Yes, I probably will. It is a very, very cool game. What they want to do with Beyond Good and Evil 2 with that original trailer, if they ever come close to hitting what they had initially said was their intentions, I will be floored. Okay, let's put it that way. I will be floored if they get to that point. But if they do, look out. Right? It might be worth the wait, but my God, we are coming up on 9 years basically of coming 2025.
Hey, Paul, real quick. Have you ever heard of the term extreme action RPG?
No, who's creating new terms?
It's called Tribe 9. I think you would actually like it.
I'm sure I would.
I might fuck around and like it. Because it has some of the old school spirits, but apparently you can control your characters in the combat at certain moments or whatever.
Okay.
I just sent it.
What's the name of the game?
It's called Tribe 9.
Tribe 9.
I just sent it to the DM. It just came out today.
Okay. Tribe 9, everybody. Go check out Tribe. What the hell is this? Extreme action RPG. What the?
Let me see if I can get this up on screen for you.
Yeah, get that up on screen for everybody. We got the anime going,
bro.
Oh
no, check it out real quick. Hold on.
Oh, and then we got the old school sprites going.
Bro, wait till it changes.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Like we got full. They're blending old school and new school together. It's some interesting points. Oh, I like the looks of this. Oh, we even got a little bit of persona to this. Who developed this? Akatsuki Games. Akatsuki Games. Akatsuki. We're gonna go with Akatsuki Games. Okay, on Steam right now. Add your wish list. It's not available today.
Oh, they just said it. They just made a post saying it released today. Oh, maybe it was just a trailer.
It was a trailer. It was a release trailer. Okay, yeah, bring that up on screen. Tribe 9. Everybody check that out.
It fits in the upcoming games, I guess. So there's that.
Yeah. Okay. I got it on my wish list now. Just add another one to the wish list right there. Let's go. That looks kind of dope, man. I like the look of it. All right. So let's see here. What we got next? Oh, coming to iOS and Android on June 25th, we got Cozy Grove Camp Spirit coming from Spry Fox, published by Netflix, coming to mobile. Netflix getting their mobile games on. Let's go. Then on the 25th, we also have Graven. I actually looked at this one. Graven, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. It has already been on PC since January. Okay. It also launched on, well, where's it coming to? Why is it relaunched? Is this the full launch? 3D Realms, Fulcrum Publishing. Yeah, no, it is coming to PlayStation, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One this week. So that's what it is. Okay, so Graven is coming out. This is kind of dope. Action game. Go check it out. First person. It is a spiritual successor to Hexen. Okay, so for all you Hexen and Hexen 2 fans out there, go check out Graven. Again, I looked at it because it's the key sales have been going and Graven's been dropping in price. I've looked at it, but it looks pretty dope. So go check out Graven. Coming to consoles this week. Then we got finally well, no, I shouldn't say finally, but sort of, for a lot of people Riven, is a remake. This is a, puzzle game. And if you're old enough to remember, you will know what Riven is. Familiar. A lot of people have been waiting on this thing. Okay. So go check out Riven, coming to Quest 3, Quest 2, PC, and Mac this week from Cayenne Worlds, I guess a lot of people go with Cayenne Worlds. And go check out Riven. It is an adventure puzzle game. And it's one of those photorealistic type of games. So go check that one out. Then we've got Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble coming to Switch June 25th. Shout out to Super Monkey Ball. I fooled around with some Super.
It was a fun party game. I really love it.
Yeah. Ryu Gagatku Studios, RGG as everybody knows them as RGG, published by Sega, of course. Monkey Ball Banana Rumble coming this week. Go get that, Switch players. Until then, also dropping on the 25th. Until then is for PlayStation 5 and PC, Polychroma Games, published by Maximum Entertainment, a single player adventure game. Got a little anime-esque to that, of course. Everything is turning anime right now, Steel, because it's so damn popular.
It's an art style. It ages well, man. When you're spending the kind of money that you're spending on these games, man, you want something that's gonna somebody checks it out years later.
It can be used. It can be very unique, depending on who the artists are. Yes. The artist can take anime. Like anime is an overall genre, of course, right? An overall type of art, but you can do so much with it to make it your own. Like Absolutely. It is one of those things. But there's a lot of people who hate anime altogether and will never touch an anime game. But so I just want to let everybody know it is an anime style. Then June 27th. Hey, shout out to Nintendo. As Steele was just saying, I respect the hustle. Shout out to the Nintendo Direct. We're going to talk about it. Shout out to all the Nintendrones out there, all you Super Nintendo fans who are just willing to rebuy games over and over and over and over again. Listen, you guys keep getting what you asked for. So Luigi's Mansion 2 HD coming to Switch June 27th. Shout out to Luigi's Mansion, man.
It's a good game. Good games.
Yeah, I know you've rocked with it. So, Neo Sprint coming June the 27th, and this is a 1 to 8 player. Headless Chicken is the developer. Like Steel just said, Atari. Shout out to Atari, man.
They're trying to make games again, man.
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it their way. Again, I had bought Atari stock when they tried their first comeback. Yeah. And they wound up closing it up. I had bought Atari stock way back when they first started to come back. But this new direction that they've taken with the acquisitions that they're making, they are trying, and they are actually doing something. They are putting out games. They are doing their thing, and I love to see just the Atari name still around in video games. We've lost so many great companies through the years, right? And Atari was done. But to see them come back in this form,
yeah. Do it your way.
Man, it's special, man. It's special. So, anyways, this is a racing game, 1 to 8 player racing game. Looks kind of cool, actually. I like these old school. Yeah. Is this a top down or is this yes, it is a top. Yeah, it's top down. It's a top down. Yeah, Go check this out. This is right up my alley, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I love these types of games, even though I'm not good at them anymore like that, because the top-down view does screw up your steering a little bit. Man, it's weird. Back in the day, I was so good at like RC Pro-Am and stuff, man. And Super Sprint at the arcades. This is obviously a follow-up to that as well. But yeah, shout out to them, man. It looks cool. It looks cool as hell. I can't wait to play. What did I just do with that list? Let's see. Go back. There we go. All right, and that's on June the 27th. Again, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Neo Sprint, and we got Chia is coming to Switch June the 27th.
Man,
that's right.
Another PlayStation game.
Yep, PlayStation exclusive for a time. This is from Awaseb, published. I no
Kepler,
idea.
Publisher.
Kepler was one of the publishers in certain areas. Obviously, this launched, if you guys remember, last year, March for PlayStation 5, 4, and PC. It is now coming to Switch. Look like a cool little style indie game, like again, just with the kind of the mechanics. Like I think she was riding on a boat, like you could build a boat. She had like a hang glider. You could do a bunch of stuff. So Chia is coming to Switch June 27th. Then we got Spy X Anya Operation Memories coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch in June 28th. Going to be coming to PC later. Bandai Namco adventure game. Bandai puts out so many games that I just don't even know about. Is this an actual anime, right?
Yes.
Is this
that's Spy Family? It's a really dope show. I like it a lot.
Okay. So based on the Spy Family
elements, but it's based off the anime.
Okay, cool. Figured as much. Bandai is obviously massive.
It's more of a mini game kind of game.
Okay, cool. Well, Spy Family fans, it's right up your alley. And that is it for this week until July. Steel will be in July, man.
Ooh, that's it.
That's it, man. But July is starting off with a bang, bro. This is going to be good, man.
It's definitely big heat.
We got Zenless. We got First Descendant. You got Final Fantasy 14's Dawn Trail launch. Next week.
I'm not playing Zenless. I'm gonna put it to you right here, ladies and gentlemen. Wuthering Waves has proven to me that I don't need to play any other gacha game. Zenless Zero is not going to be played by me. I will be playing Wuthering Waves because I'd rather sacrifice that for the First Descendant. The First Descendant is going to be that's. I know that's going to be heavy rotation. We were just talking about co-op play and everything.
Yep.
It's going. I'm telling y'all, it is going to be a fucking blast.
Are they launching consoles day and date with PC still?
What, with the First Descendant?
Yeah, they are.
Yes, everything's releasing day and date. Yep.
I wonder how it's going to play on
PlayStation 4, and everything. On the Series console and PlayStation 5, it plays really well.
Okay.
I don't know how it's going to play on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. I have no idea how they've got that, how that's working out. Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully, it does run well because again, I'm to find out we still got at least for almost half the base of the console players on previous gen. So.
Has there been any hint to the monetization in this? Is it just, I mean, obviously it's not going to be paid to win. Nobody does pay to win these days, but is it going to be cosmetic? Like, are they going to have like a ton of cosmetic?
It's literally like Warframe. Okay. So
$20-$30 cosmetic packs and shit.
It's gonna be like that, or to speed up the process of, like, let's say there's a character that you just got all the parts for, and you're ready to build them.
So you will have to do parts. It is that Warframe. I did not know that. So you're gonna have to find the parts to build new characters.
Well, and put them together, at least from what I remember. And again, I am a beta remove, so maybe they changed some of that. But you do have to, I know you overall have to build the character. And it does take 8 hours of real life time.
Right. I mean,
which is much shorter than Warframe. Which is much, because Warframe is 72 hours.
Yeah.
Warframe does it to where, no, they really literally, Warframe wants you to spend money. Right, like they don't even hold back from it. But this is more. It's like 8 hours a time, so it's like, but you get things for leveling up the characters, and it's like the mods aren't so specific and it's early too. So we'll see how things end up playing.
Oh, I'm definitely hopping in, bro. Especially if it plays well on Series X, man. That'll be even a bigger bonus to me. Just be able to pop on when I get home at night.
I definitely think it's gonna be one of those buildability. You pick a character because I think your first character they may end up allowing you to kind of choose who you want to end up using. And sure, it may not be like the exact character that you want to use, but they have a good starter lineup to kind of choose from, and building up that character I think is going to be a lot of fun for people, just feeling out the game and really getting into it. And it just has a lot of depth. It's at least going to be 100-hour experience just to get to like a end game kind of build. You know what I mean? Very similar to like Diablo. Kind of what
cross save too, Ducato.
Yeah, cross save, cross play, all that.
Woo!
Day one.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Day one.
Yeah. Next on kicking ass right now, taking names. So yeah, we about this.
Ducato says no, nothing has changed. Skill Warframe drops percentages as well. In Pong. So yeah, it's again, that's the easiest way for me to explain it to people. It's Warframe and Lost Planet. That's essentially what it is.
You got me sold. Because I enjoyed I played Warframe early on, right? So again, even before they made a lot of the big changes that really obviously blew it up, and again, just a game nobody talks about, yet there's millions of people playing freaking Warframe. Like it's just keeps rolling. So it just keeps going. So you got me sold, Steel. I mean, I'm all in. First Descendant day one, man. We'll be rocking out. So
yeah, there's clans and everything. So
we might have to get the Gato in. We might have to get some.
It's gonna be a fun time,
man. Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those. Well, Pong, there's a few different directions where we want to go. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to take things first? Do we want to kind of roll and start with the hype with the Gears train? Do we want to maybe get into the Todd Howard interview that he did with Mr. Matty Plays? Because I thought that interview was really dope, man. He gave out a lot of good information. One of the main things he talked about as well was that, and because we had discussed that previously, that he wasn't necessarily in a rush for Fallout. Right. They're kind of releasing it in their own pace. Right. He seemed very confident, especially coming off of Starfield. So
you want to start with God? I'm always good with starting with God. You set it up. I'll be right back, bro. I'll be right back. But you set it up because it was a great interview. And shout out to Matty Plays. Again, Matty Plays I don't agree with everything he says. And I know a lot of people have been really on top of him lately because it seems like he's been pretty negative lately. And I do agree that there's been a shift a little bit in his attitude, which is fine. It's going to happen to people as they go through. He's been doing this since he was 16 years old, folks. Like he's been in this game since he was 16 years old. Like at some point, like you might get some jadedness. And I think that, and again, I don't know Matty like that. I don't know. I've watched a lot of his content. And so, I understand why people get that impression. And obviously people are very sensitive because he seemed like an Xbox guy. He's always been more of a Bethesda guy than he ever was just an Xbox guy overall. He was a Bethesda guy. And he just wasn't happy with directions of Xbox or with Starfield. Like initial launch, he was not happy with that game. So it seems like, again, but I got to give him hats off. He's worked his ass off to make a career out of this. Again, he gets paid. This is his life. To meet one of his idols in this industry, Todd Howard, and do an interview with him. That's extra special no matter what at the end of the day. And I was happy to see him get this whole interview, an hour-long interview. It was a really great interview. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. I'll be right back.
1,000%. Yeah, go ahead and do your thing, man. So Todd Howard says Bethesda won't be remaking the first Fallouts because some of the charm of the games from that era is still a little bit of that age. So we're going to be pulling from PC Gamer here. Let me see if I can actually make this a little bit smaller and make it get on screen for y'all. There we go. That should be good right there. I'll adjust it if I need to. One of the biggest reasons I thought that this interview was interesting, at least to me, is I've become more of a newer Bethesda game enjoyer. Right. I haven't beaten the Skyrim or Fallout 4. I don't necessarily see me beating either. I've deleted them both and all the mods and everything that I had installed because between the two, I had almost probably 700 to 800 gigs worth of mods installed. And that's just a lot of space to be taken up for two games. Now, I want to preface that with I really enjoyed my time with both games, kind of coming in from more of a casual standpoint. And I want to say shout out to Elder Scrolls Online for giving me my first doorway into that, and then Starfield for really opening the door a little bit much further and allowing me to kind of set up a bed and really get the room comfortable for myself and really truly understand what makes Bethesda special and what makes Todd Howard special as well. One of the key takeaways that PC Gamer gets into here, and this article is written by Rich Stanton. This was done on June 18th. He says, as long as you can download it, as long as it loads up and runs, I think I like people to experience the way that it was. And he's speaking about the older games as far as they're concerned. Fallouts and whatnot, and as far as the future is as well. But Bethesda CEO Todd Howard recently granted an interview to YouTuber Mr. Matty Plays, in which, among other things, he addresses the controversy over Starfield's DLC pricing and some of Bethesda's future projects. I don't know if there's controversy necessarily over Starfield's DLC, if somebody can kind of point that to me. Again, it's DLC, man. Downloadable content is exactly that. It's not needed for the basic game, but if you want to extend it out, I mean, even I spoke with Boom a little bit. I believe it was this week on Tuesday, to where, from what I've seen from Shattered Space, it's not necessarily giving me a reason to jump back into Starfield, right? I still don't know when the DLC takes place, so I could very well find a avenue to be able to slither my way back into it. But I think I'm pretty settled on what my experience with Starfield was, right? I do get everybody else's hype, but since I've already beaten the game, it's kind of taken away from me. But nonetheless, but there's also room for some chatter about the past and what with the TV series putting the post-apocalypse back on everyone's minds. The original Fallout games developed by Black Isle Studios, now owned by Bethesda. The big takeaway is that Bethesda has no plans to return to the first games in the series, Fallout, Fallout 2, and Fallout Tactics, and remake them. A main priority for us is to make sure they're all available and you can still play them on PC, says Howard. Of the earlier isometric games and making sure that they run okay. As far as beyond that, we've talked about it. But our priorities in terms of, hey, let's go do dev work and make certain things work, they haven't been in those areas. So again, priority is, can people load it up and play it? Again, you have to kind of respect that. I understand the fans that have been with this, with Bethesda for some time, why you would want to see those games get remade, completely get it. But we also want to see those older games continue to move forward, right? I think that's one of the biggest things that probably sold Todd on Xbox overall, because especially as they were going through the deal, of course, he had shareholders and everything to uphold to as well. But knowing that Microsoft and Xbox was also going to uphold the moving things forward, right? Your older games coming with you, your library, or just being able to get access to it. But he goes on to say, and I do think we want the games to load up and run well, says Howard. The rest of it, I could argue that some of the charm of the games from that era in the original Fallout is a little bit of that age. I would never want to sort of paste over some of that with, well, we changed how this works so it's more modern. They also go on to say, perspectives will differ, but if you ask me, this is a good Todd Howard opinion. These games are still fantastic, and I really don't see how you'd remake them without losing most of what makes them great. Are they of their time? Sure. These are isometric turn-based strategy titles from the late 90s, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Goes on to say, I'll skip down a little bit. Mr. Matty Plays ends his line with questioning by invoking Wasteland, a Fallout spiritual successor, and pointing out that this is available on consoles. Any prospect of that with the original Fallouts? Todd says anything is possible in a manner that makes clear this is not going to happen, but that's not going to be a longer death throw. And you have to ask yourself, is that where we want to put our time right now? Or is it best played the way it was on PC? And if you ask me right now, the best way to play it is with a mouse and keyboard on PC. Not everything needs to be remade. And for my money, the original Fallouts are fine as they are. These days, there are a lot of hosts of mods to smooth out some of the elements that haven't aged so well. Anyway, but after the first few minutes, you just get lost in this detail-packed world and feel the majesty of 1997 in PC gaming wash you over. And then he goes in, I'm old, whatever. So, I watched the entire interview. Again, I agree with some of y'all in the chat. Even agree with some what Pong was saying. Mr. Matty has definitely been of his own 2 cents, especially as of recent years. For those who also don't know, Mr. Matty also had a lot of things going on behind the scenes health-wise. Maybe some of those things played into some of the stuff that he had going on, the way that he's explained it. Again, I'm not making excuses for him, because again, this is one of the avenues you've chosen, right? And you have to take the hits as they come, because you are welcome to critique, and people aren't going to like what you say at all times, right? It's the same thing kind of what we do here. Me and Pong are very unapologetic about how we feel about things as well. Right. So I would never take that against Matty. Now, do I feel like he's over the top about a lot of shit sometimes? Fucking right, I do. Do I feel like he's not as passionate about things sometimes? Fucking right, I do. And I personally feel it. Again, I'm not the person that's constantly tuning into his content, so maybe it's just not for me, and he doesn't click for me all the time, right? And as a Bethesda fan, he has every right to have the criticisms that he has over what they've done over the years. Sure. But nobody can deny that Fallout 76 ended up being in a decent place. Fallout 4 ended up being in a decent place. Starfield, for what everybody else will tell you, it's a goddamn good game. So if anything, Bethesda has still stayed within their ilk and made these, what I would say, these hitters. Maybe not necessarily home runs, but they've made these hitters that they've kind of supported, continue to train, and make sure that they had everything that they need so that they could be successful. And Todd, many times in the interview, kind of went back to 76. Hey, there's certain things that we could do that we would probably just rather do in 76 because it's easier for us to do it within that game, right? Churn it out faster and everything else. But the main thing for me, especially from what I took out of it, is just watching the interview. You could still hear the passion in Todd's voice. People's downplaying or their honest feels about Starfield hasn't gotten him down, right? You know what I mean? And at certain points you could say, yeah, man, I'm human just like everybody else, essentially. I read the comments as well. I see what people are saying, and he made it come across, and I think he even said it during the interview, where that's just part of the industry. We want our players to tell us where we fell short at, right? And that's the only way we know how to become better. Now, whether they agree with the choices we make and everything, I mean, it is what it is. But he is still extremely passionate about the gaming industry. It doesn't seem like he's getting ready to leave, and people could say, oh, well, still, he's supposed to feel that way. He's under Xbox now and this, that. I don't know, man. Like, at least from what I have noticed from Todd over the few years that we've been doing this, it seemed like he's only been getting put into a better mood over the years, right? Like, he's not under ZeniMax anymore. So there's all these other expectations that they had, and money's not a problem like it was previously. There seems to be a lot more free flow thought here. And he seems to be really enjoying the unique position that he's in currently. But I want to pass it off to my brother from another, because he is not only a Bethesda fan, but he is a believer in the God Howard, as he likes to call him. And he can definitely speak to more so some of the other things that Todd Howard brought up in this interview. But Pong, just straightforward. Yeah. How did you feel about the interview? What did you pull out from it? And do you agree with me or not that Todd seems to be a little bit more in high spirits, high energy. He seems to be really enjoying. It seems like he's going to be around still for some time, right?
Yeah.
What did you see from this, and how did you feel about it?
Yeah, no, Todd has always been Todd, more or less, right? I do think that obviously having the pressure off of just ZeniMax being an independent publishing house with these studios underneath them, having that pressure, right? Obviously off to constantly perform, paycheck to paycheck in some instances with ZeniMax. We heard that ZeniMax was planning on closing studios themselves before the acquisition. They weren't in the best of shape. So I think obviously having some of that pressure off and working underneath somebody like Phil, who he's had a friendship with for a very long time as well, obviously has done wonders for Todd and the team. Not that everything disappears. There's still pressure. There's still stress. There's still all the stuff that comes along with making games and making people happy, right? Because now you just got a bigger boss in Microsoft, right? That's over the top of you. But Todd is one of the most comfortable people I've ever seen on camera with who he is and what he does, and he just fully believes like in it. Like he doesn't have to come across with like this super high energy or like we're gonna sell you on all of our. Todd's just like, man, we know we make games that millions of people love. We've learned that millions of people want to play our games for decades. We're just gonna keep doing that. Like that's what we're gonna do. Like that's who we are. We're not going to change that. Selfishly as a gamer, right? Selfishly as a gamer, do I wish that Todd would not be so protective of his babies? Of course. Would I love to see a Fallout 1 and 2 remade? Of course I would. Even if it's not by Bethesda, if it's by In Exile or somebody else that wants to go remake those and bring them up to date for a more current audience. Not to say to change everything, but just make it less clunky. Like we've learned a lot since Fallout 1 and 2 were made, especially if like In Exile, you go look at Wastelands. People have learned a lot dev-wise on how to make those games just easier to, not difficulty-wise, but just easier to play. Your quality of life features that you could add to a Fallout 1 and 2 just to make those games more modern would be on another level just because that's how old they are. But do I understand what he's saying? Of course I do. I get it. Like I want more games being made that are Bethesda franchises than, pretty much anybody else. Like I want to see him expand, but Todd has a way. And I liked I liked his responses to the question of like, what about capitalizing on this Fallout popularity? And yeah, it'd be real easy. And a lot of publishers would jump all over this and force something out the door in the Fallout realm just to get a game out while the fire's hot. But to Todd's point, and it's true, he's like, yeah, but millions of people are playing Fallout 4 now. Millions of people are playing Fallout 76.
Yeah, like how do we ignore that?
They're current. Like that's current. We just updated Fallout 4 for free for everybody, right? We brought Fallout 4 up. We put the time and work into it to bring that up to a more modern, obviously current gen level. So, but we got all millions of people are already enjoying this stuff. We got it all. Like we don't really need to do anything, And then he admits though that conversations are happening and that he does understand that fans of franchises don't necessarily want to wait as long as they do have to right now for a mainline game. But then again, he gets that smirk on his face, but he's like, but, kind of, like it that people have to wait for our games because it kind of, basically was alluding to the heart grows fonder, right? The heart grows fonder when you don't have something in your face all the time, right? When we're not just pumping out a Call of Duty every year. We're not pumping out a Fallout every year. People, people want it, but they kind of want it more. And it kind of, adds to that fandom that they do have to wait. But he also does get it. And he admitted that that their team has gotten quite large, that they are working on different projects and that they are trying to obviously, get them out as they can. And he understands that fact. And now they've added a third IP. And that was the other big part about this. Not many people picked up on it, and maybe not many people like me. I never thought this, but that question's been asked. Does Starfield become a mainline franchise for Bethesda? Right. He reiterated that again. And then that they now have 3 mainline franchises, right? And so there will be a Starfield 2. There will be a Starfield 2 down the road. It will be in the rotation. So yeah, I just love the interview because it was Todd's always relaxed, but with somebody who is as knowledgeable about Bethesda as Mr. Matty Plays, somebody who has put in thousands upon thousands of hours into their games and enjoyed the vast majority of them outside of his critiques, especially for, Fallout 76 and for Starfield. He's even come back around on Starfield now, since the updates and that kind of stuff too. But, it was just great to hear that conversation because obviously Maddie was asking pretty good questions and Todd was willing to answer them. He wasn't willing to divulge. Maddie said, I'm not expecting you to release, but I just thought it was a great overall interview. But I just love watching Todd because again, he is a man who knows his place in this industry. He's very comfortable with all of it, whether it is the positivity or the critiques, right? He doesn't take anything to heart over the top, right? He understands that his games aren't going to be for everybody. He once again talked about how they understood Starfield was going to be different. It wasn't going to be the classic Bethesda exploration that everybody had gotten used to. And they knew that. They knew it wasn't going to be the same for everybody. And he's just really cool with it. And he's like, yeah, no, we're going to listen to the feedback. We're going to make some changes here and there. We're going to let our modding community come in and do some other things that they want to do. But no, we're just going to make the games that we want to make. But, and that's basically what every interview comes down to him with this.
Right.
He was hinting Steele in this interview too. And obviously he is not going to disclose anything. Todd's very good at hinting, but never disclosing. He's never going to be that dude. That Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be something. That Elder Scrolls 6 that they just like Starfield. Starfield was a lot of updating Creation Engine 2.0 to go do what they wanted it to do, right? They finally had to go full-fledged and update. Again, I've talked about this before. This is public knowledge. Back in the day, their devs were actually part-time engineers on the Creation Engine. They didn't have a full-time engineer squad. Right? That their devs would take time to update the Creation Engine to do what it needed to do for their current game. And now they have a full-time engineer squad that works on the Creation Engine that brought it up to 2.0, that a lot of Starfield's development was happening. Obviously, at the same time they were updating the Creation Engine 2.0. That's kind of where, Starfield was a test bed for a lot of stuff. And he said, we pulled in a lot of things that we learned, obviously, from our Skyrims and from our Fallouts prior into Starfield. But then we had to go create this whole different world and this different type, this universe. And we had to create whole new systems for Starfield. And he said, we do that with every game. We elevate, we take what we learned from our previous games and we put them in and then add to that next game. And Elder Scrolls 6, he just keeps getting this twinkle in his eye when it's brought up. Like he stopped himself because he was about to say something that probably would have hinted at some of the features or maybe a mechanic they were thinking about. And he stopped himself. I'm not going to say any more about this. But I think Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be big, and they're going a different route. I feel with Elder Scrolls 6 a little bit too. I think they're going to try some new things in there. Again, I've speculated that Todd could be one of the first to start messing around with AI for the NPCs. Because of how much. It's an easy one. And now he's got one of the biggest AI players in the world and Microsoft as his boss. Like he's got full access to all the tools. I can see him starting to mess around with that to make a unique experience with the NPCs and some of the pathing that they talk about, NPCs living throughout their day, even when you're not in that space. That's something that came out in an old interview where Todd talked about how, a lot of games only have the NPCs active in the area that you're in. Whereas in their games, behind the scenes, in the shadows, even when you're not in that specific area, the NPCs are still going about their business and things are still happening. He can take that to a whole nother level now. With current gen, even without the AI stuff, with current gen, looking forward to where they're going to be coming out with that next gen too, as well. he could take that to a whole nother level where things get really interesting in the world, even when you're not around to see it happening. And I could see some more of that chaos, that beloved Bethesda chaos between all the different mechanics that are happening, all the different systems they have in play, all colliding together. Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, that's going to be a massive release. But I think Todd, I think overall you hit on it, Steele, that Todd seems very happy. He's not going anywhere. That guy, the guy's a lifer. The guy has too many ideas that he wants to do. And now underneath Microsoft, I think he's going to have the opportunity to maybe even do some things that he didn't think he was going to be able to do before. But he's got his babies now. He's got Indiana Jones, one of his most prized dream games that he wanted to make. He always wanted to make an Indiana. He's got that coming. This dude's not running out anytime soon. He's not leaving anytime soon. He is he's got a tight-knit team at Bethesda that really does stick together, that have been together for a long time. It's family to him over there. When he goes to work, you can just tell it's not a work. It's just, I'm going to my family's house and we're gonna make some things today. It's gonna be cool. We're just gonna go do some things. We're gonna have some fun. Yeah, we got some work, we got some pressure, but we're just going to go make things and we're going to try to make people happy out there and give them to them. I just love these interviews. Maddie did a great job. So I'll wrap it up there. Again, nothing outrageous outside of the fact that I think, again, reiterating that they're not going to force anything out the door or do something outside of what Bethesda normally would do just to capitalize on the popularity of something like the Fallout show. He's not going to bend the rules just because something has got popular. Now, Microsoft might be putting pressure on him. Might he open up? It seemed like he was indicating that they have opened that door for another side project like Fallout New Vegas, right? From another team. It seems like, because he keeps just saying, well, we're having lots of conversations right now. Yeah. That door is probably already been open. They probably already have some ideas. They probably have another team that is going to start something for Fallout to come in between, because again, we got another 4 or 5 years for Elder Scrolls 6 at least. Yeah. And then they start working on Fallout 5. Well, okay, that's, again, we're talking 10,
while still
11 years. While still supporting it. Yeah.
Games, yeah.
Right. Fallout 76 is now a big part. ZeniMax Online is doing ESO, right? They handle ESO, but Bethesda proper handles Fallout 76. So they're still doing, and he said they got years of content planned for Fallout 76. They got years of content planned for Starfield. So he alluded in this interview that there's going to be more DLC for Starfield after Shattered Space. Like that is going to be something to do.
He structured that question really well to get Todd to say, we're thinking, we did this one that's coming up, and then we're thinking about kind of, it didn't directly say it, but it did seem like there's going to be kind of like this yearly turnaround for Starfield as far as update, like an expansion goes, which is dope to see, man. I mean, that's what you want to see for these big games, to get these good sized expansions. So,
and speaking of Shattered Space, real quick too, that just kicked my memory back into. Speaking of Shattered Space, he reiterated, and I thought this was great, this is going to bring back some of the classic Bethesda fans who might have dropped off of Starfield because it just wasn't that Bethesda experience. They may come back for Shattered Space, because he talked about how Shattered Space is set in one location. And they handcrafted everything.
And he said the entire world.
Yep, the entire spot that Shattered Space takes in is all handcrafted the way that they have traditionally done their games when they've only dealt with one landmass, right? They've handcrafted pretty much everything. But he said Shattered Space is our, we did this on purpose. We knew right away we wanted to focus on one thing, and that we were going to build our story out piece by piece in this one spot, and we weren't going to take you to other planets. It all takes place. So I think that's going to bring back a lot of fans, and I thought that was an important piece that Manny got out of him too, that this is more of that classic, if you were looking for that classic style Bethesda experience, or that classic Bethesda DLC that we've gotten, whatever your favorite, whether it's Far Harbor, or the Isles
Shivered
from
Isles.
Oblivion. Yeah,
Sure.
whatever. That's what this is going to be like. And it's going to be focused like those DLCs. And I think a lot of classic fans are going to come back to check out Shattered Space because of that. And because I saw a lot of people online going, oh, thank you, Todd. Thank you. This sounds great. This is exactly what I was hoping for, blah, blah, blah. So another good point that Manny got pulled out of him. And I thought it was really great. Yeah, great interview overall. Love to see God.
Ohio, is the rover coming in Shattered Space? Yes, it's coming with the DLC, I believe.
It's supposed to be either coming right before or with the Shattered Space DLC. Okay. I think it is going to be another separate patch where they introduce the rover. Todd sounds super excited about introducing the rover too. He said it's great. So, but yeah, I think it's going to come. We might even get it a patch before the DLC actually drops because we don't have a date on the DLC yet, right? The rumor was September. The rumor was they were shooting for September. So we will see, but I think we might get another patch where they just drop that sucker in there beforehand.
Yeah, more likely. Yobi says, speaking of Shattered Space, the only thing out of place from that trailer is your character's armor. You look so out of place. Yeah, that's funny. They're talking about, because there was the conversation about paid mods. And I hadn't spoke to this.
I can understand it. Is this console players not used to mods? Like, is this
maybe? And Todd also talked about it during during the interview as well, which is why I wanted to kind of touch on it. Well, one, the point that Todd made, the reason why they do charge for some mods, through creation or whatever the case, is so that the creators can get paid, somewhat. Right. I'm not saying that they're making every single dollar that they're charging. No. But it is better than making nothing, which 90% of the mods are free. At least from what I have seen, right? I haven't, I've downloaded, like I explained earlier, almost 700 gigs of mods between Fallout 4 and Skyrim, and I didn't have to pay a single thing outside of paying Nexus to make it easier for me to download those mods, right? That doesn't even deal with them. So it's like, knowing that and the detail kind of behind it of, hey, well, we do that with the intention that we're trying to get these creators to get paid, that's just how we look at it. I don't know the minute details that go into that or what's going on. The one thing that I will say though, you don't have to get the paid mods. And I will say that anybody that is complaining about paid mods, again, maybe you're newer to it, maybe you haven't experienced it, maybe the one mod that's paid is the one that you really want and you don't feel like whatever the price is for that mod is worth it to you. It's an option again. You don't have to play it that way. You don't need to use it. And it's up to you whether you end up paying for it or not. But I do think, and I think maybe that's the gray area for people where they don't know whether it's truly supporting those, the people who are creating those mods. But we can only take these people at face value unless when a modder comes out and says, hey man, Bethesda used my stuff and I didn't get paid for it and they said I would get paid for it. That would be the only way that I could come back and turn around and say, maybe this isn't going the way that it's intended. But again, they've opened the mod cap up on console, which hasn't been done before. They went from 2 gigs of mods that were capable to now 100 gigs worth of mods, which I still think is a solid amount. Again, I give you the perspective of me doing 800 gigs of mods, 400 about for each game that I played. But not all mods need to be that extreme. And Starfield is a much newer game than either Fallout 4 or Skyrim was for me, as an example. So I think personally, it's more of a nothing burger than anything, as far as people being upset about the mods being paid for, because again, it's a choice. The base game doesn't require them. And just like anything else, you buy cosmetics, you buy this, you buy that. Even a lot of the cosmetics you don't need in game. It's just a look. It's an option. So Pong, how are you feeling about this whole paid mod kind of conversation? Have you seen some of the talks that have been happening with it? No. So what's up?
I'm the same as you, Steele. It's an option. Like, I don't like if you don't find value in it, I just don't buy it. Like, I don't like, I understand, like, you might see something and you like really want it, but how is this any different than cosmetics and COD? Like,
I think it's better, actually.
You're right. So do I, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying from a perspective, like, I see cosmetics all the time that I'd love to have, but then Diablo the same way. Like, I've seen plenty of cosmetics.
Sure.
I look at it, I go, $20.
Shit, $30.
Not gonna do it, man. Fuck. Yeah, it sucks, man. I wish it was free. I mean, I wish I could get that free, but
yeah,
or earn it. But no, I mean,
mods are different.
I just don't buy it and move on with my day. Like, it doesn't ruin the game. They're not like withholding like anything. Like, we could go back to no mods on console. Like, we could just go back to the day. Like, I don't want that. I want the support for the mods because a lot of people are enjoying them. But if a mod is, $10, $20, and you say that's just not worth it, like, I think I saw some people complaining about one of the mission mods, like an extra mission that they put in there, a little mission,
bro. Like,
it's an extra mission. It's like a side mission. Like, okay, so don't get it. It's not going to change your Starfield experience one way or the other. Whether you play it or don't play it isn't going to alter Starfield. Like, it's just this little side mission. It's like a little side DLC. So for me, it's always been that way about all of this stuff. Like, again, if you're a person who is against, free to play games and monetization and where this industry's gone, like, I hear you, I would be considered part of the problem because I just never gotten upset about this stuff outside of pay to win stuff. Like, pay to win stuff, I understand when there's a competitive advantage in a multiplayer game that's given for somebody who decides to spend money. Like, yeah, no, I get that. Like, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
But for the rest of this stuff, I've always seen it as like, hey, it's up to me whether I decide if I think that's valuable, if it's something that's going to be worth my extra investment to give the developer or the modder or whoever some extra money. Like, I've never seen it as a problem. It's an option, and it's an option that they could easily not have, and you'd never see it, and you'd never know about it, and it wouldn't make any difference to your gameplay. It's this, like I don't want them to go back to that. The more options, the better. The more ways that we can experience the game, if you choose to experience the game that way, the better to me. Like, again, and you're leaving it up to me. You're not forcing it on me. It's up to me. So yeah, no, I don't see the issue, and I don't know why this comes up, and especially in Bethesda's case, because like you said, Steele, the vast majority of mods are done by modders who earn nothing but respect from the community.
That's it.
They earn nothing. Like, I know some of them will set up tip jars and stuff where you can donate to them for their time and all that kind of stuff. It's totally optional. Like, but the 90%, 95% of the modding community is done all purely based on passion for that specific game, that community, or because it gives those people an opportunity to show off their work that potentially could get noticed by a developer down the road or add to their portfolio for when they go to apply for dev jobs. Like, that's what the modding community has always been. Bethesda was one of the first, and again, I understand people say, well, Bethesda just lets their modding community fix all their games. Okay, well, to a certain degree, sure, the modding community definitely has improved some Bethesda games and fixed bugs that Bethesda never has. Absolutely. But Bethesda was one of the first to actually embrace their modding community, create a pathway where their professional modders can actually earn money off of their game that they made by putting their mods up into an official store in which they can earn money. And on top of that, start hiring people direct from the modding community for permanent positions at Bethesda. So, I mean, again, is it ever going to be perfect? No. But in this day and age, like, it's good. Like, I just don't see the problem, man. I just don't.
Yeah, so. I think it's for me, I think it's a huge overreaction. Again, as far as something that's optional, you don't have to engage with it if you don't like it. And it's just weird seeing people react kind of to it the way that they have. And again, I see some people mentioning in the chat, oh, it's my fault, blame me for the horse armor. And look, guys, like
horse armor started it all.
Online games have been around for a while as well. Games ever changing has been a thing for some time as well. not everything needs an expansion to become something greater over time. Maybe it's just an update or whatever. And I don't think the horse armor necessarily was a bad thing. Sure, should it have been something earnable in game? And I'm always going to agree with, hey, there should be a lot of these things that are earnable in game. Even if I got to grind 100 hours for it, at least let me know that I can do it. Because guess what? You're going to have those people out there who will have the argument of, oh, guess what? You might have bought it, but I grinded for it, kind of thing, right? And it would make it a little bit more special. In these instances, it's just like microtransactions help support. Ideally, microtransactions are set in place to help support the developers, so they can put out additional content. Now, if they choose to do so. Now, has that always been the case? No. Does it go to the publisher? Probably a lot of the times, like with ZeniMax, for an example, with the horse armor. Probably. You know what I'm saying? And there's no way for us to really finalize that information to say one way or the other. What we can do is go by, hey, especially in this interview, Todd is letting it be known that you have paid for mods on console so that you can support the devs, or the people, I should say, who created these mods, and pay them for their time.
Yeah, and I, Raymond, I hear Raymond Harefield says I'm just scared about the future because the genie's out of the bottle. Yeah, the genie's been out of the bottle for a long time. Here's the deal.
Control yourself. Control your phone.
Well, yeah, but and we've seen publishers and devs try to do egregious things with monetization, and there's been backlash, and there's been many that have changed. Right? There's many that have changed. I understand the thought process that, well, we're only getting parts of the game, and they monetize other parts of the game that would have been included back in the day. I don't necessarily agree with that, because I think that if we didn't have DLC, if we didn't have monetization, that content would never have been made in the first place, and we'd get much smaller games and much smaller experiences, which might be cool for some people. Some people would say, yeah, bring it on. Sure. But I'm just saying, I don't think that would have, I don't think the devs would have gone out of their way to make a lot of this stuff that we see as optional, including DLC, including expansions, if it wasn't paid for, and just include them with the base game. I don't think that would be happening. I think a lot of that content would just never be made. It would be cut. It would never appear in anything. And I think that's the part where, I get the slippery slope. I'm a big believer in the slippery slope. We're way down the slide at this point when it comes to monetization. The only thing we can do as consumers is to keep the devs and publishers as honest as possible. And that's why the pushback on pay to win, we basically conquered that. I cannot fucking stand that shit. No, nobody tries that shit really anymore. Nobody really tries typically. Yeah, MMOs and gotchas and stuff, but nobody really tries that shit the way they were trying it back in the day. And again, so I think we do have our moments where we've won out on this, right? Loot boxes were a thing forever. I personally like loot boxes.
I don't like the random. I don't like not knowing what you get. You don't. But again, we still have them to some degree, like 2K with Ultimate Team and all that kind of, and Madden Ultimate Team. I get the rush.
We do have that because you still have them, because you buy packs, you don't know who you're gonna get, and you open them up. I enjoy that, but that's the gambler in me, right? That's that itch that I have.
And being honest, that's fair.
Right. But I'm just saying that to a large degree, we have one in a lot of areas. And I think if a developer starts, getting egregious with it, I think there will be a massive pushback if it's something that goes way outside the bounds. But I think overall, yes. Are we past the point of putting that genie back in the bottle? Yeah, we are. But I think for me, if it's a choice between it exists as an option, paid option, or it doesn't exist at all, I will always go with the exist as an option. Yeah, I will always give me the choice, right? Give me the choice to have that extra playthrough, or that extra DLC, or that extra cosmetic, or whatever it is. Give me that option as a consumer. I'd much rather have the option than to not have it exist at all.
Eastside Vandal says, Pong, so how do you feel about Ubisoft locking a mission day one behind a paywall in a full price game? Hey, Vandal, unfortunately, I want to go first. Unfortunately, PlayStation and others have been doing that already for some time. They did it with Destiny. That was a game that was on every platform, but you're locking weapons and missions behind a system? Really? Just because they want to get a few extra people in their ecosystem? Like what the fuck are we talking about? They did it with Harry Potter as an example, with Hogwarts, with Hogwarts Legacy. There was a whole mission that was just recently came out.
Whole store.
That was completely gone in a store, and that didn't exist in any other version of the game outside of PlayStation. Like they're doing these. I don't like that. But is it going to happen? Sure. Does it take away from the rest of the game? Not for me. I don't think that's necessarily right. But is it a pay to win thing? Are these people going to be stronger? Is it a single player game? No. It's a single player game. Like, it's hard for me unless it's the pay to win route. It's hard for me to be upset about shit that happens in a single player game because all of it outside of the core experience, like Pong tells me all the time when I tell him about my modded experience with Fallout and Skyrim, he's like, yo, you are not playing the original experience at all. And I'm like, I get it, but this is what they have allowed. This is the magic of what Bethesda can do. Yeah. Their system is so complex, or I'm not going to say complex because people have figured it out, but they have so many different systems that layer on top of each other that allow things to happen in games or allow people to create things in a game that isn't accessible, that isn't able to be done in other places, in most other games, right?
Yeah.
So it's like,
if they were locking the ending of a game behind DLC, okay, that's egregious.
That's like, okay, what are we doing?
That's egregious. But to me, to your question, Eastside, I don't have a problem with it. People are in an uproar constantly about the early access, like the 4-day early access, and they focus on one part of what you get when you do, get the bigger editions. Like they act like they're charging $20 for 4 days early access or $30 for early access. You get the DLC. You normally get a battle pass included, whatever. There's so many other layers to that. But one side mission, like, again, you got to decide whether or not it's worth it to you. Is that going to change the entire game? Have they said that side mission is suddenly going to change the entire story? Well, then I would say that's egregious, but that's not what's happened. They've been mini side missions, like for fun, like where you go meet an extra character. Like, again, Jabba's still in the main game. We're specifically talking about Ubisoft and we're specifically talking about Star Wars Outlaws, right? People were upset because it's a side mission that includes Jabba.
Yeah.
Well, Jabba's still in the main game. Ubisoft, they didn't withhold Darth Vader from Star Wars Outlaws, and you can only see Darth if you buy the DLC. Like that would be egregious to me. But they said that you're still going to meet Jabba in the game. It's just a side mission. So for me, no, I still say it's an option that as a consumer, I have to decide whether or not it's valuable for me. And if it is a problem for you, speak with your wallet. Don't fall into FOMO. Hold the line, as King likes to say, hold the line on your own wallet and buy it on sale, or whatever you got to do down the road. Or not play the game at all. Like if that's your line, then speak out on it and certainly, speak with your wallet. But for me, I'm never going to make a big deal out of that stuff. It just isn't for me. And Ubisoft has been doing that for so long. I don't know why all of a sudden people, they've been doing the pricing and they've been doing that DLC lock for a long time now. And all of a sudden it's become all the rage every time Ubisoft announces a new game, like, to talk about this. I'm like, where you guys been for the past decade and a half? Like, they've been doing this for a long ass time and nobody really said peep about it. I just don't care. It really doesn't bother me. It's an option I have to decide for myself. That's it.
And Vandal says, just because they do it doesn't mean it's okay. It's straight up greed. And look, we're in this passion, well, the industry that me and Pong are passionate about, that we all consider a hobby, is not free. And do I agree with some of that as well, Vandal? Hell yeah, because they are taking advantage. And Vandal says, will you feel the same when in the next game they lock Jabba's whole faction behind a paywall? Slippery slope, guys. I wouldn't condone stuff like this personally. But, and again, to Pong's point, though, it's been a slippery slope. At that point, you just don't play the fucking game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I went by the game.
I'm sorry if that's not a good enough answer for anybody, but that is the answer. And if people are willing to buy it, you are going to be in the few who don't buy it, and they're going to continue to do whatever they do. I'm not saying that every form of the practice is correct, but a side mission, as an example, that has no impact on the story, I can't see myself being upset about that. If I am going to be upset about that, I need to make sure that I have the platform that is going to allow me to have whatever I need to get. Sometimes, Nixie, I mean, again, like he said, sometimes you just got to pay or miss out. That is a fact. That is a reality of life as well. There's a lot of things that are like that.
But let me add to this real quick too, Steele, for that example. So I understand where you're going, Eastside, and I get it. Yeah. But we've already, RTSs have been doing this forever. Age of Empires 4 adds new empires all the time.
They pay. Right? You got to pay.
That's DLC.
Got to pay.
Halo Wars 3 had expanded factions. You got new leaders, right? Whole new groups that played completely different from the base game that you had to go pay for in Halo Wars 3. So RTSs have been doing that factions thing that you're bringing up for a long time, and it's up to the players to decide whether or not you want to buy them. And in RTSs, if you play competitively, if you play online,
you need them.
You can go play against those people, even if you don't own it. They own it. You're playing against a completely different faction that you've never seen before. So this is nothing new. And like I said, can there be egregious points where I think that the community would speak up? Yes, absolutely. But depending on what that Jabba faction meant, how big the outrage for me personally would it be if it changed the entire game and changed the ending of the story and you had to get the DLC to get that, then that would be a problem for me personally, right? But if it was just an expanded faction, I would have to decide personally whether or not that was worth it to me to go experience the Jabba faction. But like I said, I've already playing games and have been for freaking years now that do that, technically speaking, lock out an entire new class, underpaid DLC. So for me, it's all gonna be perspective and it's all personal. There's no right or wrong here, right? But the fact is, we can't go all the way back. And we've talked about this, right? From the moment that games started getting online, and from the moment that the developers started being able to download patches, this is the same talk that we have about broken games coming out. Right? This is the same talk. Are you going to pay full price for a game that isn't performing the way that it should and wait for the patches as they come, like a Star Wars Jedi, whatchamacallit? The latest, the latest Survivor? Game. Yeah, Survivor. Like Survivor came out broken. So are you willing to pay full price for that game and wait for the patches because you know they're going to add the patches? Right? It's the same type of concept. Once that started happening, right, and they learned that they could do DLC, which was Bethesda was one of the main people who started it with the horse armor. I was there for it because the horse armor was on the disc for Oblivion. When you bought the disc, that horse armor was technically
that's trash
coded on the disc, and you had to pay to unlock it. Yeah, but again, this is the digital age. And once they started doing that, there was no putting the genie back in. Right. So again, you're going to have to make this decision for yourself. You're going to have to stand up when you want to. I do think that there would be egregious stuff, and we see it. We have seen it where somebody has tried to do something egregious where people are like, yeah, no, you're not doing this. And they've had to change it. Star Wars Battlefront 2, right?
It was bad.
That was bad with the loot boxes, right? They changed it. But they had locked so many characters behind the loot boxes that's what upset people. And they wound up changing the game, but they had already done the damage to the game that would have been massive because it's a great fucking game and it plays well, but they did their damage to it. So I think there will be moments where somebody will try to push the boundary, but you're going to have good devs who never do that. You're going to have publishers and devs who do try to do certain things. It's going to be up to the community to decide. It's going to be up to the players to decide at the end of the day which way if they win or they don't win. But I mean, again, like Steele's point, mobile games have been doing this forever. You got your whales where it actually is pay to win.
MMOs.
You know, yeah. So the genie is out of the bottle. So, and it is a slippery slope, but we're halfway down the slide already or more. So it is what it is. We're just gonna have to stand on our own set of morals or high ground whenever this comes up, and you're gonna have to decide for yourself whether you give them money or not.
And that's the problem, Vandal, that we're never going to get a true understanding of what the gray area is. Because he says we aren't talking about simply supporting the devs. These are companies making billions off of these greedy types of practices. Just saying it. And I do agree with you on that. But we're never going to get the nitty and gritty of what's happening with that. We can only go based off of what is happening based off of this. And what do they give you day one? Okay, when they do release something that is paid for, was that content that was there before, and how do you feel about that content that they're dropping, and do you feel that it's worth it to you? And again, most of the time, the only place that I see it as a true problem is when it steps into multiplayer games, because now it's not about, again, and this is and it's definitely a me thing as a more of a competitive player, but you're taking away the skill and just telling people that they can spend money and be good. But guess what? People spend money to be good at things in real life. People spend money to get ahead. That is a known fact. Why would you assume that wouldn't carry over into all other aspects of your life, unfortunately? That's America's bad about that. There's so many other places that are also very bad about that. Like, it's just, I definitely agree. I wish we could truly see, hey, if I spend $30 on this armor in Diablo 4, is that going to Blizzard? Sure. Would I spend $30 on a cosmetic in Diablo 4? Fuck no, because I've made it known that I think that they are the most half-assed cosmetics that I've seen in games sometimes, right? Now, have they gotten better since the game has been out? They're in season 4. I've seen some dope cosmetics in there. Is it worth the $30 versus what I can get in game? To me, no. To other people, sure. That's why they spend it. Fortnite, you don't have to buy the characters. The game plays the same no matter what character you use, but they're charging $20 a skin. It's a free-to-play game.
And just overall, I know people hate to hear this, but it's the truth. If this industry wasn't based on greed and capitalism and all that stuff, we would never have what we have right now. And that is the side that nobody wants to talk about. Would the industry still exist? Sure, it would still exist, but it'd be much smaller. Would I still be here playing games? Of course I would. I like indie games. I like all size games.
Sure.
It doesn't matter. Like, again, if you're making something that's fun, I'm going to be here playing it. But this game, we would not be getting anywhere near the amount of games and the type of tech that we're getting and all of that if this business, if it wasn't based on greed and capitalism. A lot of people out here making games out of pure passion and love for the artistic side of it, right? Yeah. That is 100% something Steele and I talk about all the time. There's a lot of people, but it's the money that makes the industry where it's at right now. It is the money behind it that gets the investment from these big giant corporations and companies that come with both good and bad, right? There's lots of bad that comes with it, which is to Eastside Vandal's point. But that's why we get so much today. And again, that's just a part of it. Like I've always said, it's the reality of the world. That's what makes the world go around, right? If artists, there's a lot of poor artists. There's a lot more poor artists out there than there are rich artists out there, right? There's a lot of poor artists
who all get
struggle through life because, should they all get paid? That'd be great. In a utopian world, again,
good art
that's never been happened in the history of the world that we are aware of. There's never been a utopia where everybody just lives their best life no matter what. Nobody struggles and everybody's great and they all get to do what they want to do and everybody's on the same level. There is no power structure. There is no money structure there.
Yeah, in America.
It'd be fantastic. But that's just not, it's just not how the world works. And again, it's just something that people don't don't like to discuss or look at because, again, it comes with a lot of bad. There is a lot of bad that comes with money, that comes with greed, that comes with any form of business whatsoever. There's always going to be a bad side to it. And again, that's happening across the globe right now in a lot worse ways than even people want to talk about right now, right? There's a lot of bad stuff. Slavery is still a thing in this world.
Yeah.
Still, to this day, it's still a thing.
People
don't talk about it when you go buy the products, right? Don't talk about it when you go buy the products. So, and again, greed in this industry is absolutely a thing. There's plenty of things that I disagree with, but man, oh man.
That's my thing. That's my thing, and I think that's something else that me and Pong have also talked about multiple times as well. Is for me, and again, Vandal, it's always going to be love. We can go back and forth, like you said, all the time, but we can always agree to disagree if you feel a little bit more passionately about it. For sure.
Heck yeah, man.
Vandal says, I'm the type of guy who wants to start this whole American experiment over again. I don't think we'll ever agree on this topic. Love you guys. And yeah, man. I mean, for sure. I wanted to go take it a specific way, but I got sidetracked reading some other stuff with Yobi talking about it. Let's just get naked, no pause, man. Don't you fucking worry about it. But the point that I was going to make is the consistency for me is if you have a problem here in gaming, then why don't you have a problem with where your clothes are being made, where your car was made, where everything in your house was made, how it is made. Nobody ever complains about the Apple phone, and it's the number one. It's one of the number one popular phone products. It is made with Chinese slave labor.
Oh, and African slave labor.
And African slave labor as well.
Because because the stuff that goes into making electronics comes out of
nobody's complaining about those things or those people being treated fairly. And there's so many other problems. Like, again, gaming is literally a first world problem, right? And the issues that come with gaming, especially when it comes into options, becomes an even more of a first world problem. Because we're talking about trying to support devs and everything, which, like I mentioned earlier, we're never going to get the in-betweens for, unfortunately. But for me, I just always go back to consistency. If I don't feel this way about these other things and I'm not questioning these other things, then it's hard for me to sit here and say, oh, well, this is super wrong. This another thing. But again, it is and should be a conversation.
Yep.
Nothing but love.
A great conversation. All love. Again, this is what I wasn't planning on having this big a conversation about paid mods, but here Steele and I are having a big conversation due to the chat bringing in points and people like Eastside Vandal joining us on a Saturday morning. That's why we love this. And again, that's what it's all about. Again, it's why we're here. We love doing this. So great conversation, Steele. Great conversation.
Absolutely. But also said, I pretty much hate everything about our current American society. It is what it is until it isn't. Yeah, unfortunately, Vandal, and it doesn't seem like the country really cares it either. The way that it comes across. Again, I don't like to get into politics here, but what other place can a 30 plus convicted felon still become president potentially? Again, I'm not going to have that conversation here because we're talking about games.
What kind of country has the powers in place go after their political opponents? What kind of countries do that?
There's that part of it as well. But again,
oh boy!
This isn't a political podcast.
This is a totally different show, and man,
so there's a lot of messed up things happening, and in our hobby passion, we should definitely speak out to the things that we disagree with. Vanda said, "Don't get me started." Yeah, I'm telling you, it's when you draw the lines to reality, it becomes much more gray and much more evil than we would like to accept. And just people like me and you are not going to be the ones to be able to change that. We would have to literally get 85% of the population to revolt, and
revolt against the puppet masters, which aren't even the people that we see. So again, that's the whole thing. They have created a division because we would have these conversations. We would be on opposite sides in a lot of these conversations, but we would have the same mentality as to what's going on and what's wrong.
Yeah.
And that's the effed up part, is that we're so divided that we can't see that on each other's sides, that we actually are complaining about the same shit just from different perspectives.
Yeah.
But it's actually the puppet masters that we all should be fighting against, and we should all be breaking out against. But that nobody's ready for that. We got way too many people asleep right now. So it's fine. Again, different podcast.
Well, speaking of puppet masters and people holding things behind the curtains, what about that Gears of War E-Day?
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
We
That's what we need. We need the Locust to show up.
Fucking that's not
because that would unify.
I can't play.
Yes,
I can't play games anymore.
I don't care. We'd be unified. We'd be doing a real life seal.
We we wouldn't have a goddamn choice.
Bro shooters. We'd be dude bro shooters in real life. Let's go.
We wouldn't have a fucking choice. Jesus Christ. We wouldn't be talking about video games anymore. That's for goddamn sure. We'd be like, you remember back in the day before they invaded, everything was all right. We just used to bitch about paid DLC and and now the Locusts are here. But no, the way that I'm tying that together is, man, the coalition. And I know Pong really wanted to have this conversation as well, and this might be the other big crux of our talking convo, because I can notice me getting off here a little bit, but nonetheless, let's go. Let's shift into. Well, I think I'm probably about in the fourth right now. Let's shift into fifth gear.
All right, let's do it.
So, Gears, the coalition came out of complete left field as far as expectations went. With the Xbox showcase. There were so many rumors and things said behind the scenes as there being a high possibility for the Marcus Phoenix collection to be released, or that to be the intended thing, possibly, or maybe even just Gear 6 being teased. That's something that we all assumed. That's even something that I assumed. And even when I first saw the trailer that they showed for Gears of War E-Day, excuse me, I even thought it was the Marcus Phoenix collection, because I could tell it was young Marcus, and I could tell it was, and I felt like they were going to tie it in, right? But then when I saw young Dom, and of course you can see Marcus was actually much younger than even what I thought, but I think young Dom really solidified it for me, of them going back. And to me, it's a very unique thing, because I think that the reason why they're not doing a Marcus Phoenix collection, they probably still will, or doing Gear 6, and they've even said part of the reason they felt like this was just a prime opportunity for them to go back. And this is something that I've mentioned previously in other shows, and even after the showcase and everything, when we had our discussions with that this is the coalition's opportunity to truly go back and get back into what made Gears what it was back then. Not only just with Cliffy B and what Epic was doing and what it did for Xbox and all those great things. But again, I have to constantly say, the coalition got dropped onto an IP, and although they were passionate about it, they got dropped into an IP in the middle of it, and were expected to understand the entire player base and to understand Gears at such a level to expand the story further. To me, I think they did solid with Gears 4 and 5. The best of their ability, right? They're not bad games, right? I know Pong feels not so strong about the story and the characters and everything else. And I'm always going to fight for the fact that if you've been paying attention from Gears 1 and what they were doing with Mira and what they were doing with Marcus's dad and how they got into the research and everything that was happening behind the scenes for the Locusts, why they're even there, why are they so smart and intelligent, why does there seems like so much structure, and there's you get these hints of these human elements of things happening behind the scenes. I feel like what they did with 4 and 5 was their take on what they felt was best, right? And again, I don't know how I don't know how it is to be, well, I'll take that back. I know how it is to be dropped into the middle of a project and be expected to finish that project and not be given all the information needed to complete the project as intended or in the way that maybe somebody thought it should have been. I know how that goes. But I do think the coalition understood after Gears 5, especially all the controversy and you see the decline for Gears and everything. Again, there's a lot of things that play into that, and I don't think that the story has anything to the story for Gears. I don't think has anything to do with it, because Gears has always been a multifaceted game, just like Halo, right? You had it for X amount of time. Eventually, people find out that the multiplayer is much more sweaty than you playing COD or just playing it, jumping into a match. People don't like getting blown up with that Nasher. They don't. Trust me, I've experienced, I know I've played Gears for a very long time. That shit does not turn people on. And that will deter people away. But the coalition now has a chance to really get back to the core of what Gears of War was when it first released. That dark grittiness, the fear, all the things that they just demonstrated in that trailer, and to demonstrate to people that they understand what Gears is about. This is a potential for them to do their own form of the trilogy, which I think they'll end up doing. They'll do during the stuff off of E-Day. They'll probably end up doing 3 games, maybe potentially. And then down the road, maybe 2030, maybe 2032, maybe further down the road, that's when we get the Marcus Phoenix collection, when they've caught everything back up. And now you get this slew of games. Hey, you've got caught up with all the story now. Boom, here's this completely revamped in UE6 or whatever is out at the time, which is going to be even more amazing and actually breathe more life into those games than even what I was expecting or wanting. Because yes, selfishly, I did want a Marcus Phoenix collection. Why? Because I want more people to understand what those games were. But what I didn't know is that the coalition understood that already. They said, you know what, Steel? Instead of just going back to the original trilogy and us doing this whole MCC thing that you're thinking, how about we just take it back even further than that and really emphasize on the crisis that was happening, the potential for people to be on screen getting mowed down by locusts, people, humans, bringing that element back to it, the fear, again, knowing currently, bro, after Gears 2, really at the end of Gears 1, the locusts, the drones were they were no threat to you anymore. They were just like, whatever, fodder characters. You were more so looking for the Therons and other people that were involved. Even Rom, he was a threat. But after Gears 1, they were like, all right, well, Rom ain't shit, so now what? You know what I mean? Where now you take it back and you get to see who Rom and his gang really were during that time and why they were scared of Rom, the Queen, and everything that was happening during Scourge, even, and the things that were happening during that time. And that's extremely intriguing to me. This is also a prime opportunity for them to get into that and to get into their multiplayer bag and really hammer things out, because I think because of the futuristic takes that 4 and 5 did with the robots, some of that, but also with just some of the movement mechanics and things as well. This gives them new grounds to play with. Now, are they going to be successful with it? I don't have any reason to doubt that they will be, or that they wouldn't be successful with it, right? I think the coalition has done well. Gears 5, they show that they didn't understand community by basically taking everything out of Gears 4 and not putting it into their next game and making people have to buy stuff day one or making it infinitely grindy. All the characters weren't even there. Like, there were just so many things that weren't where they needed to be. Also, they were churning out a game every other fucking year. Like, that has to be a reality of what you consider as far as Not only did he go from Cliffy B and Epic doing what they do, you have this huge fallout, and now you're expected from underneath Xbox, you change the studio name, and now you're still expected to release this game every 2 years until what? And you see what ends up happening. People get burnt out. Maybe you don't completely see the vision. And I think that's why this is taking as long as it is. Now, I'm going to get into this article real quick. This is going to be from gamesradar.com, written by Josh West. Let me bring that up on my end here. And it reads as, born out of a pandemic, refined through reflection. Gears of War E-Day is a chance for the coalition to recapture the spirit of Gears and tear a lot of shit up. It's funny how life works out sometimes. I'm sitting across from Rod Ferguson following the Xbox showcase, and the general manager of the Diablo franchise is complaining that the sound from an adjacent room is deafening. We met in 2019, back when Ferguson was charged with leading the production of Gears 5. The creative director demanding that a new gameplay trailer have its audio amped up so that I'd feel the action in my bones. We're speaking now that ostensibly, he can tease out details of Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred, but it didn't take much to get him reflecting on the importance of Gears of War E-Day. To Gears, to the coalition, and to the players feverishly rewatching the reveal trailer. I'll probably watch that reveal trailer 20 times by now.
Yes, sir.
I really love, again, the coalition are demonstrating to me that they get the point. And they understand the direction that they want to go with. They know what they want to do now, which is something I have to stand behind, because they could have done Gear 6 and we had this whole conversation about, oh, well, look who they still don't get it, you know? So it go on to say, I was thinking about all of that as I was getting ready to watch the Xbox game showcase, he tells me, flashing the Crimson Omen tattoo immortalized across his bicep. E-Day is the 10th Gears of War game. I've had creative involvement in all the previous 9, so this is the first I haven't had anything to do with. I didn't even know it was going to be E-Day, you know? I thought it was great ideas for what Gear 6 was going to be and how to finish that trilogy. So I was kind of wanting to see how they were going to do it, but I love what they are doing. E-Day was one of those things we used to talk about when we were doing Gears 1 through 5. Players were always asking, how come you haven't done E-Day? A part of it was that we didn't feel like the technology could render it right. It's this massive invasion where tens of millions of people getting killed. We just didn't think that we could do it justice on an Xbox 360. But now, looking at what the Coalition is doing with Unreal Engine 5 and what they're able to achieve with the Series X, this is the perfect time to have an E-Day story. I'm so excited to see what they'll do, and I'm proud of them. Perhaps it's fate that led Ferguson back into the arms of Xbox, a strange occurrence after the acquisition of Activision Blizzard, and fate that led Ferguson to be emphatic advocate of both Gears of War and his former team at the Coalition once again, even if he is now separated by a franchise in a thin plywood wall. But what is it about Gears of War E-Day that has him so excited? To understand that, we need to switch gears over to the creatives at the Coalition. Origin story. Gears of War E-Day depicts a defining moment in the history of humanity. Its origin set 14 years before the events of the original Gears of War, following the carnage and immediate aftermath wrought on Emergence Day, where planet Sarah was thrust into turmoil as hordes of locusts emerged from the ground. Fast forward here a bit. There's not a lot out there, so this is a rich storytelling space for us, says the Coalition, says creative director Matt Searcy. We follow E-Day from the perspective of the people there, and we get to be very intimate with the characters. It's a cool way to come back to the Locust and re-enter that period. What also gets me excited about this is there's going to be characters that were in Gears Tactics and also characters in Gears Judgment that are now going to be able to play more of an important role because they did have a lot more influence than how Gears 1 through 5 depicted them, and even Judgment. But anyway, the Locusts and their emergence holes effectively died with Gears 3 in 2011. They go on to say, this is also an origin story of the bond that defined the franchise, says brand director Nicole Fawcett. Gears of War E-Day will pull focus back on DeMarcus Phoenix and Dom Santiago. Although there's going to be some amount of friction there, the friendship that you play through the original trilogy is so enduring. But when you play E-Day, it's not going to be exactly as you remember it. Marcus and Dom are coming back from the Pendulum Wars, and they've already experienced some loss, she adds. Dom lost his brother Carlos in a civil war raged between the Coalition of Order Governments and the Union of Independent Republics over control. That's what makes this entire thing extremely interesting, because you get to see more of that human on human beef that was also going on during that time, and why the Locusts invading made everything so much worse. Because they still, even after the Locusts invaded, you would imagine people would want to come together, but no, it became this whole, I need to control this power and this needs to happen. Oh, like for an example, for those who remember, Marcus went to jail because he went AWOL to save his dad.
Mm-hmm.
And they felt like that wasn't what he needed to do in the midst of war. Like, it's just perspective on these things.
Look at Judgment.
Yeah, Judgment as well. Yeah, with Bear. With Bear.
Bro, they were gonna kill him for using the light mass rocket.
But it was the best option
to save people. Right, including Marcus and the crew, yep. Right? That they were gonna execute them for treason in the middle of the city being overrun with locusts.
Like, come on, like, what are we doing? So that adds that dynamism to the story as well. They go on to say, because they asked the question, there's also a chance that you've never heard the duo quite like this before either, as Fawcett is elusive on the return of the voice actors John DiMaggio and Carlos Ferrero. I can't tell you that, she chuckles. Unfortunately, we don't talk about our talent process here while we're in development, so we can't share any of those details today. Gears E-Day has a lot of ground to cover, the depiction of a war that tears humanity asunder, claiming the lives of millions, a story of survival that gets back to the grim, violent claustrophobia that defines so much of the original trilogy. It's also going to get into the how the Chainsaw Lancer ended up being created as well. Gears E-Day is an origin story that explores the foundations of Gears of War, born out of a moment of reflection, with the Coalition taking a beat to explore its purpose after shipping Gears Tactics and Gears 5 for Xbox Series X. When we got to the end of all that we were in a pandemic, says Searcy, we took a beat to reflect on what Gears meant to us, what parts of the franchise we were most excited about, and tried to distill all of that down. The Coalition kept coming back to a single frame from the original Gears of War Mad World trailer, a shot where a towering corpser emerges from the dark, a lone Marcus Phoenix struggling to survive its reach. We realized that to understand where we wanted to go in the future, we first had to reflect on the past. This shot, more than anything, encompassed the vibe, that feeling people have when they think about Gears, and that's where we started. We spent a lot of time about the phrase "never fight alone," which was a term used to describe the co-op mechanic internally during the development of the original game. That was a term later used to describe how important the concept of brotherhood is to Gears. It was even used in marketing campaigns, but we kept coming back to it. It's sort of a North Star for why Gears exists. It also gets to the heart of why we continue to make the franchise and why we believe in it so much. And that so much to the point that they use the term as a part of their own culture, because nobody should need to fight alone. We've made an actual monetary commitment to that idea on our side, where we pledge 1% of our net revenues towards mental health advocacy, specifically for suicide prevention and combating loneliness. Paul.
Yes, sir.
The Coalition has been at this for quite some time, right? They stepped into a franchise, again, as I mentioned earlier, that was not originally theirs. I personally feel like, have done their best with what they have had. But with what I just went over, do you agree, and how do you feel about them? Well, one, do you agree that they took it, as they mentioned here, they took it back to truly form their own version of Gears? Because again, this isn't Gears E-Day. This is Gears of War E-Day. And how do you feel about the connection that they seemingly have about understanding, again, just like that last little paragraph I read there, going back to the original trailer from Mad World, and where they say, right out there, I believe it's right here, it brought us back to that moment in Mad World where the corpser was over Marcus and he's trying to get away, he's shooting and everything. And that was the kind of vibe that they were going for. What do you think about Gears of War E-Day, and what is your anticipation for it at this point?
It's off the charts, brother. Like, again, oh boy. What haven't I said about Gears of War E-Day? This is exactly what I wanted. And Raymond Haverfield in the chat has been asking, or he's been stating that, you know, he's not concerned about taking it back to the darkness or anything like that, but he's concerned about potentially the writing because, you know, what's going to change, you know, what was problematic or wrong or criticized in 4 and 5 that might return in E-Day. It might not even be better. Here's where I'll state why I still have faith in Coalition, because again, for me, the criticisms, right, with 4 and 5, they've already corrected both of those. The whiny ass kids are gone, which is freaking fantastic. That's gone, right? The robots, the nonsense, the bullshit, that's all not going to be here, right? The crappy semi-open world aspect that I know some people liked, I found it to be empty and pointless and whatever. It took away from the experience of Gears in the campaign. That's going to be gone here. So my main criticisms are gone. The thing about the writing, what I'll say, Raymond, is Hivebusters. Hivebusters showed me that Coalition still can write. Okay? So again, and I didn't have massive problems with the writing in 4 or 5. I think it was the characters themselves that they had created that was the problem for me. But the writing still generally was pretty damn good. But Hivebusters, where they brought it semi back to what Gears was fantastic, bro. Like I was laughing again. Like I was having a good time with the characters. I thought they were all freaking awesome, man. Yeah. Well developed, all unique. Like I thought it was great. So Hivebusters proved to me, and that's when I was really like, oh God, Coalition can still do this shit. Like they got this, man. Like this is going to be fantastic. So for them to be going back to E-Day, I'm all in. The other thing too, Steele, to think about here is that, and I think they made this a point in at least one interview, is Marcus and Dom and whoever else is going to be a part of this is certainly they're vets, they're war hardened, right? Because they're coming off the Pendulum Wars, right? So they're war hardened, but they've never fought anything like the Locust. When we meet them in Gears 1, they're already a decade into fighting. They like have the experience. Like Marcus is jacked. All of them are jacked to no end, right? We saw in this trailer a totally different Marcus. Yeah, and they pointed out how they want, you know, even the drones to be dangerous. One drone to be dangerous, not to be the fodder. Well, that's going to be the case because they haven't learned how to fight these guys yet. They don't have the chainsaw and the Lancer yet. We're going to find out how that goes about happening. So we're going to be fighting different style here than even what we were used to in Gears 1 through 3. So they're easily going to be able to make this with a much more focused, narrow campaign without the open worlds, with tight-knit quarters. We're obviously, at least for a portion of the game, certainly going to be in the city, fighting through apartment complexes, through buildings, that's much like the Mad World trailer we saw. Yeah, that's going to be nuts. So instantaneously, I'm already completely on board with what they're doing here. And I can see how this is going to be a different fight than it was 1 through 3. So yes, am I imagining that it's not going to feel necessarily like 1 through 3 with some of the weapons missing, with just Marcus being,
Sure.
even weaker than he was when we found him in 1 through 3, and the rest of the guys, Dom included, just being weaker. Yeah, I think this is going to be a fight for our life against drones. Like, this is going to be tense like it used to be, but just in a different way because we're in a different time period. But I am so on board with everything they are talking about, Steel. And I still, like I said, Hive Busters, whatever I felt about 4 and 5, and again, those are good games. I'm not saying they're trash games. They're good games. They're well-made games. I understand why people like Kate's story and the kids, whatever. That's fine. But for me, when Hive Busters dropped and I played through Hive Busters, I was like, oh, Coalition still knows how to go do this style of game. Coalition's got, like, if they go back or if they give us anything, if they do a Phoenix, they know how to do this formula. So I again, when nobody saw E-Day specifically coming, we all called Gears of War. We had all been calling for Gears of War to come back. Most of us thought 6 plus the Phoenix collection. None of us knew E-Day. Nobody did. Nobody saw this prequel coming. So the fact that when it dropped at the showcase, again, you go watch the showcase reactions. I wasn't one of those people yelling. I clapped and I said, oh, fuck, here we go. They're doing it. We didn't know if it was Phoenix collection. We didn't know why Marcus was so young, Dom showing up. But then you see me pull away from the camera because I had gator tears, man. But I was, like I said last night, I had gator tears, but then because I didn't know what this exactly was, I was so, I didn't want to lose it completely because I wanted to see what the hell this was. Because I was like, what are they doing? Where are we going? What is this? And then E-Day pops up, the title pops up on the screen, and you realize it hit everybody. And you go back and watch reactions, and you see that moment of pause, Steel, in almost everybody's reaction. When they see the title pop up, everybody, it takes a second to click in. Oh, fuck, this is Emergence Day. Like, this is the shit of the shit. Like, This is like, yo, we're going back to that day. Like, when everything falls up. They just came off this awful world war, like barely able to celebrate any peace. Like, it's like 2 months or something like that, right, Steel? It's like 2 months.
Something like that.
Of peace, quote unquote peace. They just came off this awful humanity-based war. But they're going to throw us in the middle of the shit when these unknown freaking just beast-like creatures, monsters are coming up from the ground. And nobody has any idea this is about to happen. And the world is falling apart around these dudes who just came off of a fucking war. Like, that to me,
bro,
once...
we get to experience the other fucked up part of it as well, of them literally green lighting a hammer of dawn strikes on cities,
yes,
with millions of people in them,
yes,
to try to fight back the locusts.
Right. Basically launching nukes on your own country, just to try to save what you got left.
Yeah.
This is everything I could have hoped for and more. I still think the Phoenix collection is possible. I still think the Phoenix collection smoke could be real, and they could be working on it.
I think
they're going to announce it next year.
It's going to be.
I think it makes sense. I think it could still be before. I think we could get it next year still. To get that original trilogy on PC, the whole thing on PC is vital. I think that's a big, because obviously we know E-Day is going to be day one on PC. I think it would be a smart move to get that out next year and have it all on PC, assuming that E-Day is going to be 2026 or 2027. I think you got to get that out there, and you got to get it on PC. So I still think it makes sense. If it's after E-Day, it's after E-Day. That's cool too. I just think we still get the Phoenix collection at some point. But this again, rejuvenated. I've talked about it now on so many shows, but it really, I am such a diehard old school Gears fan. And again, I totally admit that I fell off with Judgment starting that fall off a little bit, but then 4 and 5 just not being appealing to me. And again, I didn't own an Xbox day one, so I hopped into 4 and 5 halfway through the generation on Xbox, to really get in, and then forward obviously, but halfway through I hopped back into 4, And I just wasn't feeling those kids, man. And it just didn't feel like Gears. I played multiplayer still in both of them and enjoyed it, but just wasn't.
I didn't
wasn't
like Dell.
the same.
I still don't like Dell as a character.
Yeah,
I don't like JD as a character. As he kind of. I still don't like him as much, especially when you go from knowing. I don't think JD was worth losing on you. I just don't. But that's why I also say, for me to even feel those things, I still think is special, and why I respect the Coalition for the direction of what they were trying to do with it, because it, to me, as I continue to reflect upon it, I can tell it felt like somebody being dropped into something that they somewhat understood and they had some passion about, but were like, damn, well, we got to move this story forward. And you have all these other elements at play. Off of Gears 3, you just fought Mira, and you find out that there's this whole other human element connected to the Locust now, and there may be some ancestry there. You find out that Marcus's dad wasn't actually dead, and he had something going on with Mira as well, and there was these scientific experiments happening, and now apparently that like this whole relationship tree is there. But I do get where Pong is coming from, because again, my biggest takeaways is I didn't like Dell as a character overall. I could have did without him. I felt like he was trying too hard to be Cole, or to be the Cole in this situation, outside of just being the black dude. He wasn't funny. He wasn't a good character to me. He didn't fit what was going on. JD, he at least by 5, I could be like, oh, okay, I guess. Like when they got Marcus in 4, I was like, okay, at least I got Marcus back, right? At least I get that interaction of how they deal with each other. You can tell that JD is just fucking ignorant, and that's why he gets himself fucked up, right? So it's like you see those story elements kind of play out, but that's also why, to your point, Pong, that you were making, while like with things like Hive Busters, kind of, I have that faith for sure. So
I just, why they chose to go that route with 4 and 5 is, something that we don't know about, and why, and like I said, I have tons of fandoms that I've had through the years where I haven't liked everything that's been done with the fandom, right? I haven't liked every story created. I haven't liked every character created. Like, that's just part of fandom. Like, you're not going to jive with everything all the time. It'd be great if you did. Certainly aspects of other things that I have, but again, when it comes to Gears, it just did not hit for me. I didn't like the story, and Hive Busters showed me that there's just so many different ways they could have gone with Gears, because again, the Gears lore doesn't get enough credit for how big it is, how deep it is.
Gears Tactics took it. I think Gears Tactics demonstrated to them that is a direction that they could go.
Much like Halo Wars 3 for Halo, Gears War Tactics absolutely adds to the lore and shows what can be done in that world. That is absolutely incredible if you really start exploring other parts. It is just so deep and so big. And maybe it was just the fact that I loved the original trilogy so much, and I love those characters so much still, that I just can't let them go. And I'll say this real quick. There's this idea, and I don't understand why there's this idea, but there is this idea that in these imaginary worlds that are created, whether it's movies or whether it's books or whether it's video games or whatever, that you always have to grow the characters. The great thing about characters is that I understand why some people like it, like God of War, like Kratos grow. But why can't we have characters that just live forever? Why can't we just continue to tell stories in that world with the same characters? They don't have to get old. They can be immortal. Okay? And again, I'm not saying like that's a part of the lore that they're immortal, that they're gods, but I'm saying that they don't ever have to grow. They don't ever you can still have. That's the other part about Gears, the original trilogy, that never gets enough credit outside of us super fans, is how deep that emotional side of that story was. It's always just called the dude bro shooter. But my God, that story had so many moments where I teared up over, or I felt a certain way when they were talking about something or having an experience where it actually did charge me as an emotion that a lot of games never come close to doing. And yet Gears of War is just known as the dude bro shooter, but it was so much more than that. But I'm just saying, I don't like this idea that we always have to change some of these characters. We always have to let them go, or they always have to get old, or we have to get the kids, or we have to do. Why can't we just have the crew go on mission after mission forever? Like, why can't we do that, man? Like, I just think that there's sometimes where these characters should be immortal. Again, I don't like the new Kratos. I don't like him growing up and becoming the sad dad. I know that a lot of people do, and I know it took God of War to another level, and, shout out to Sony Santa Monica for making that change and whatever. But if we just continue to got iterations with new Kratos story with him angry and hypersexual and fucking all of that stuff for the rest of my life, I would have been cool with it. I would have continued to play God of Wars. Like, that's just me. So, but I can't express how happy I am that E-Day, again, I don't buy stuff anymore, collectibles, that kind of stuff. I'm in the age group now where I want to downsize and I want to get rid of all this shit that I've collected for years and years and years, going back to my childhood. I just want to get rid of it. I don't want it anymore. But I had to go buy a t-shirt, man. I had to go spend, which again, for me, I don't have money like that, but $38 with tax on a t-shirt. Shit, man. I never do that. I used to do that at concerts sometime back in the day, but not even that much. But I had to go get one because, again, this really stirred up that original trilogy and how much it meant to me to see Dom and Marcus back together again, and to know that we were going back to that original feel and maybe even then some of the Gears, and just knowing that it's going to be a special moment when this drops. And again, the lead up, we talked about this a little bit last night on a PM to PM2 Steel, is the lead up to this launch. Can you imagine the anime is supposed to be out?
Yeah.
At some point they've got the live action that's
Wonder how they're
supposedly
gonna do
still
that.
in the works, right? So supposedly that's going to be in the works. If we do get a Phoenix collection prior to E-Day, the lead up hype train to this Gears is going to be second to none, bro. And there's still so much more. Like when they start dropping new trailers with some of the stuff going on during E-Day, like, man, I just know that is going to be one of those days where wherever I'm at that point, whenever it does launch, I'm going to be taking a couple days off of work. I'm going to be sitting down ready to rock and roll. We all are on E-Day, because that lead up is going to be something that they absolutely crushed. The fact, again, that we didn't get the 1-for-1 Mad World remake trailer here that we had talked about, something like that could still happen. But the fact that they recognized because they don't always, not every dev publisher or, whatever big company always hits the easy home runs that we talk about, right? That marketing beats wise, like what you could do with a franchise or an IP, like how easy it would be to sell this. The fact that somebody did recognize internally at Coalition or wherever that Mad World and that trailer is considered the greatest, if not one of the, depending on who you talk to, greatest video game trailers of all time. And still to this day is absolutely looked back upon with absolute just love and reverence. The fact that they brought in the light chords from Mad World into this trailer tells me that they get it. They understand, man. Mm-hmm. And that to me was the capper to that entire trailer when I, recognized it. And obviously Mav had called it out right away, and I had heard it, and I was so wrapped up in the moment I didn't call it out, but obviously I knew it was there. But just to see that, man, again, this is gonna be fun, man. This is gonna be fun, but this is extra special for me, man. So, and the fact that now I got guys like you and Mav and the fam, and we're gonna be able to rock out on some multiplayer when this shit shows up, bro. We're gonna be able to get in there, and we're gonna be able to Nash for somebody. We're gonna be taking some wall bouncing, and we're gonna have some fun in multiplayer. Again, I played it with randos back in the day, Now I got a family who loves Gears as much as I do, and sometimes even more than I do. Oh man, Steel, we're gonna be having some fun, Brody. We're gonna be having some fun.
We definitely are. I do hope that Gears E-Day does end up at least being a couple games. I do think that they should wait on the Marcus Phoenix collection, mainly because if Gears E-Day is next year, I don't want what they did with UE to happen. Like Gears 4, for an example. That time between UE to 4, I don't think was enough time to let that game breathe, especially on a multiplayer standpoint, because at the end of the day, that's what allowed those games to live on for as long as they did. There wasn't anything else out there like it. Fortunately,
do you believe that next year rumor? Do you believe that next year rumor?
Do I believe it? I think 2026 would be more of a smarter plan to do it, especially with them not showing like any other specific details. But again, when we look at dev cycles for games, I would have to believe.
But Xbox has got so much next year already, Steel. They got so much next year. Do they need to?
They don't necessarily need to, which is why I would say that's why you wouldn't even do the Marcus Phoenix collection either, because I do think that the Marcus Phoenix collection should be released after whatever you do with E-Day. Okay. Because that's how you reinvigorate it. And again, there could be UE6 out by then or whatever the case might be, but you truly want to see that leap happen once you get back into 1, 2, and 3 again, because there's not a story that you have to retell. It's just updated, make it impressive, make it really stand out, and make sure that you have a good multiplayer setup for people to support it. Maybe you even launch the games kind of 3 years in between time, and you really let them breathe, and you do a Gears 1 again, and then you do a Gears 2 after 3 years, and then you do a Gears 3 after 3 years, and then you do your Gears 6, right? Because 4 and 5 are already done. Maybe you do a remaster of those so people can experience them for who hasn't. But again, with how games look now, we'll be looking back at those games like, damn, these games actually aged kind of goddamn well, because of look at when they came out, look at what they're available on currently. There's just so much accessibility in what I would want to see, because that's the biggest thing. What's going to save Gears this time? Well, I mean, one, it's had time to breathe, where it didn't have that before. Right. And they got to get the multiplayer right this time around, because that's been the part. And then that was also a conversation that Jess Corden got some clarification on. Shout out to Jess. And the coalition essentially said, now again, I'm paraphrasing, that whatever was part of the original games is what we're also going to implement in E-Day. We're not looking to take anything away. This is what our goal is. So knowing that, and also E-Day coming towards more so what we would consider now as the end of the generation, which is really weird to say, because I still feel like the generation is still starting. We're still getting games on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, right? I feel like we're back in the PlayStation 2 days, where there were still PlayStation 2 games being released for like ages before they finally said, nope, we're not making any more goddamn games for these systems. Like,
we're gonna be in the next gen real quick, sooner or later.
Which is crazy to think about. And maybe maybe we get people in the East who are playing Gears on a handheld, right? Or different options that are, and maybe that helps blow it up as well. Because again, the only other game that you can compare it to is Warhammer, is Space Marine, and that's not a cover-based shooter.
No, it's not.
So it's third person, but it's not cover based. If you try to compare it to other things, Ghost Recon is trying to go first person, from what we heard from Ubisoft. So that's not going to be the same. What you don't have an Uncharted multiplayer or some form of that coming, and that's not even the same or comparable. What other third person in the game that can you put up there? Fortnite's not even nowhere where it needs to be mentioned in the same conversation. So what other things? It stands for itself. So yeah, man, there's a lot that's going
Yeah.
in the right direction for them and really giving credence into making Gears popular once again, for sure.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna have a resurgence, especially if they hit with the anime and the movies, as we've seen. That transmedia
Division,
when it hit,
for sure.
it
Division.
makes a
It's
difference,
not
bro.
Gears.
It makes a difference, but Division is the closest thing you got to a cover-based shooter nowadays, especially.
And it's not
that
Gear.
mode,
The way
but-
you,
but
the way you slam on a wall and go and shoot over cup. There's nothing like that feeling that you get. Running up on people, even when you shoot them with a lance, running up on chainsaw. What I want to see is them maybe take some more Last of Us elements as far as what they were able to do with the elements and combining weapons and stuff like that, especially earlier on, like needing to be creative to take down the enemies. And yes, Staccato. Apparently, from right now, from I believe it was a rumor because we haven't got any official announcements or anything like that, but apparently the next Ghost Recon is going to be a first-person game, which I think is dumb as hell because why? You shouldn't just, can you at least remake Advanced Warfighter first? Please? Can I just get Grawl remade? That's all I want. Before you do some stupid shit and really shit on Tom Clancy's name. Because it doesn't need to be Call of Duty, doesn't need to be X-Defiant, it doesn't need, like, I just don't need that. Like, it needs to be the third-person tactical shooter that it was, always cover-based, because it was super fucking dope. But anyway, yeah, man, I'm super excited about what Gears has done, the shift in the community. I think they said that there was over 300%, there was over a 300% in rise in engagement for Gears of War Ultimate Edition on console, which is, again, I mean, 300% on 5 people. You know, it's more than what there was there before, right?
It makes sense, bro.
And now, again, because there have been people working on Gears 2 and 3 on PC in the background that you got to join Discord communities for and everything. But now people are ramping that back up again, making sure that people can connect through lobbies, making sure that people have an access path, a way to download them, although it is through emulation or whatever. And Gears 2, apparently, and Gears 3 through emulation on PC are running pretty goddamn nice, right? So even that taken into perspective, it's reinvigorated that juice again, which is the main thing I think is the real takeaway. Bold Alpha Wolfpack says, more close quarters combat is a must. Absolutely. I need to be able to run up and punch him, stab him in the back of the neck, maybe stab him in the back of the foot while I put the shotgun in his back and blow his back, the whole top half of his back off. Like, just like take it next level. Like I think that's how you kind of evolve it, make it more personal, give people more options. Again, because Gears has tried to become more casual friendly, and it hasn't worked up to this point. At least not to the way that it should. So how do you try
new modes, try, lean into horde mode, do all that stuff, but just give us classic Gears and let the hardcore be the hardcore. It is what it is nowadays. You're not going to have those moments in time anymore in this day and age with how much competition there is out there to suddenly redefine everything that made Gears of War, and all of a sudden you're going to have this mass amount of people play it like Fortnite. It's just Gears is Gears, man. Yeah, Gears is Gears. Lean into it. Try different modes. Try all sorts of different things you want to do with it. I don't care, but the core multiplayer, make it what it is, man. And make it what it is. And let all the Gears fanatics go at it. Let all the sweaties get in there, and let all the masses complain whenever they try to hop in that they're just not having fun. It don't matter. Go play horde mode, go play battle royale, whatever you want to introduce. I really don't care, but just give me that classic style, man. Just give me the classic style, lean into it.
My main takeaway, and this is something that I've been saying since Gears 4, is Coalition, if you're listening or not, stop listening to the hardcore and just make your own fucking game. Make your game. The thing that pissed me off about Gears 5 the most, there's no reason why a shotgun needs to be tuned 20 times.
Yep.
You're going to get blown up by the shotgun. Like, I don't know what to tell people. The range, the spread. Bro, just make it fucking consistent. You already took away actives. Like,
right.
That was also another skill element that people could use and
bring
people
that
bitched
back,
about as well. Oh, there's no fucking
back.
active reloads, and oh, you're getting these power bullets. Yeah, motherfucker, learn how to play the goddamn game. Like, you do that with any other game. Fuck.
Bring back actives, though. Actives are fun shit. Bring it back. We missed Dan the Man Cunningham, one of the OGs. Shout out to Dan, dropped a $5 super chat in here earlier, and he said, thanks for keeping me company for another solitary 12.5-hour shift. Much love, brother. Much appreciated, gentlemen. Keep doing what you do, brothers. Much love. All love to you, Dan the Man Cunningham, man. And I hope that 12 and a half hours passes quickly, and I'm glad we could cover part of that for you, man. We do appreciate you dropping in here and spending your time with us while you're working, man. So appreciate that. So I want to get that one out of the way there. Steel.
Much love, Dan. Appreciate you, man.
All love, brother. You running out?
I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it in the 6th gear here. You know, it's definitely getting to the end of that RPM band. But I think what we can do is maybe do some just kind of run through some things that have kind of happened and see kind of where that takes us. But yeah, I may not end up doing this day in gaming today.
That's fine.
But nonetheless, but there is a few other things that have happened. Is there anything like just up front that you have seen, Pong, that you kind of want to speak to?
No, I mean, I wanted to hear your thoughts, man. I know you kind of hit up in DMs a little bit, but we talked about it in the beginning in the intro, and I said we might get to it a little bit, but just some quick thoughts, man, on the new Space Marine 2 stuff that we did see, man. That they came out with that new trailer kind of explaining, it was 5 minutes. They explained the campaign. They went into the operations, which is going to be the co-op mission mode that they're going to allow you to run. And then they also touched on the absolutely 6v6 pretty standard multiplayer where they're going to have team deathmatch. They're going to have capture the flag. They're going to have hardpoint or domination, I should say. But just seeing what you saw on the screen there, Steel, through that new trailer, where are you at on Space Marine 2, Brody? Where are you at, man?
Space Marine 2 looks extremely exciting. It actually looks way better than I anticipated. Again, I'm regretful of the fact that I didn't know that the first game even had multiplayer to play, right? Because from the gameplay that I've seen, it looked like it was fun as hell. Right. Even if again, it came out during around the time Gears was out. So of course I wasn't even aware of it. But this time around, just knowing that Gears has kind of been MIA for me. And I have found this new loving relationship with Space Marine, especially since I beat the last game this last year for the first time ever. It really gave me a perspective because I liked what they did with the story. I like how over the top it was. Some of the overboost sections and stuff that they had in there. I was like, what fucking game am I playing? How visceral it was, the shooting mechanics, some of the combat as well, and seeing all of that be leveled up in Space Marine 2, along with having the customization in there as well. So you're already speaking my language, which is dope. Which they had some of that in the first game as well, but they're doing even more in this one, making it much more, essentially making your own Space Marine. And knowing that multiplayer is going to be 6v6, it just seems like focus, because that's who's doing this,
Publishing.
Right? Who's publishing it. It does seem like the devs for Space Marine see that there's an avenue that needs to be filled, right? And this is prime time for a game like Space Marine to really stand out, because there isn't many other third-person games, especially multiplayer-wise, that are out there.
Saber's developing.
Saber in it, so. Okay. But there isn't many other third-person games, and I ask this question all the time, where it's like, what third-person games are out there that, like multiplayer games out there that are fun, that are good? Why I get so excited about, the first Descendant? I mean, of course, because I want Lost Planet to come back, and it gives me some of those vibes, especially with the grapple hook and things and some of the combat mechanics. But in this era, especially for me, knowing that again, it's going to speak to something that has kind of become an expectation for me over the years. And again, there's been things like Game Pass has allowed that to open up to where not only am I getting the story, but I'm also getting the multiplayer, and it also looks like it's going to get supported. We'll see how it ends up playing, but from everything that they've shown so far, the game looks so high on quality for it. It's not an Unreal game.
No.
That's the other thing too. It's not an Unreal game, and it looks like Gears in a lot of ways, right? Although it's its own thing.
And they're using their own tech for Swarm too. They created that new tech, that Swarm tech,
which is also fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is for the Xenos, because that's what you're going to be fighting in this one is the Xenos.
Right.
But yeah, that looks insane, bro. Thousands of enemies, and this one, like Steel said, is not a cover-based shooter. You have to be up in the battle, and they said this is going to be nonstop pressure because you actually gain back your stamina and stuff by attacking. Like that is we saw that in, was that Outriders that did that? Yes, Outriders did that too.
Yeah, they had that push and pull. You needed to be aggressive.
You need to be aggressive.
You're gonna get punished.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the effects, the set pieces that we've seen glimpses of in the trailer, Steel, look so damn freaking cool. That whole tower bell falling through the building as he's walking down that alleyway, they have gone to another level. Like, again, I always say this, but it's true. We have so many Warhammer games out there, and a lot of them are tactical, so people don't know. A lot of them are tactic strategy games. But we've had first-person shooter Warhammer games. We've had third-person shooter Warhammer games before. We've had all these different games. They are hit or miss. Some of them have been locked to PC only and never showed up a console, so people don't know about them. We've had some good ones. We've had some bad ones, and we had everything in between. This could be I think they know, like I said in the beginning of the show, I think they knew from the beginning, Steel, that this was going to be different. This could be the first AAA Warhammer game that hits that bar for a lot of people. And I think this could be their first. Yeah, makes it look at it differently. And Warhammer lore is insane. Okay, Warhammer lore spans hundreds of thousands of years. Okay, to give you an idea. Like, we're not like when you read your normal sci-fi, your high fantasy, and they talk about 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years. Okay, well that's normal. 10,000 years ago. Okay, that's hundreds of thousands of year Warhammer lore. Okay, the fact that this one is 100 years after Space Marine 1. Right, it's just a drop in the bucket for Warhammer, but I think that this is going to introduce a lot of people to that lore that so many people do absolutely love across both the tabletop games, the miniatures, and all the video games, all the books, right? We know Henry Cavill is a huge Warhammer fan, and he's been talking about it, and he might be making a movie, might not be making a movie, like whatever. I think this brings Warhammer to a new level for a lot of people because I think this one is going to hit, Steel. And all I know is you and I and Mav and the fam, we're gonna be blooding some people up in this, man. This is gonna be dope, man. Not only those operations look cool too, like you said, the customization, the upgrading of the weapons. They've got so many levels to this game that just weren't even in the first one. They got classes in this one too, Steel.
Oh, really?
So yeah, you got actual classes. I think there's 5 or 6 different classes that you can choose from in the multiplayer and the operation. It's gonna be interesting
to see how that plays. Like, there's like a medic. I didn't see that part of it.
Yeah, there is that part.
Support, stuff like that.
Yes, yeah, because they said you're going to want to have a balanced team in your operations when you go play co-op, right?
Okay.
The balanced team is
okay.
Yeah, for co-op too. Yeah, I might be in PvP as well, but I know for sure it's in the operations. But I am just, it looks so dope, man. It just looks so, and it's that game that's looked better every time we've seen it. They just, they had delayed it this year. We were supposed to have this game already, March? And they had delayed it out of March into September it is now. This is high on my list. This is one of my most anticipated games of the year. I can't wait to jump into this game, man. Fuck, it looks so good.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be absolutely insane. I'm super hyped for Space Marine 2. It's absolutely ridiculous of what they're doing with it. And I'm again, when you drop into a first game late, and just really off of the recommendation of a friend, right? Pog, man. Yeah, Pog has not steered me wrong yet. I fucking feel like, well, not even I feel like. I know, right?
Yeah.
Except for certain games that I know, like
Sure.
I'm not going to get
Yeah.
time to, right?
Yeah.
Just because of what games that I need to play, and like RTSs for. I really do love RTSs. I really do.
I know.
But knowing the type of gamer that I am, you're asking me to spend time playing a game that I'm going to want to be good at. And now this is going to be the only game that I'm going to be playing for some time because I can't help myself, right? Because I throw myself into these worlds and want to spend time and want to be decent. And I have this internal thing where I have to be solid at every fucking game that I play, right? Whereas like, I wish I could just be like, Paul, I'm just go cruising through, even with me not beating Skyrim and Fallout 4, that makes me feel a certain type of way. But at the same time, I put almost 100 hours into those games. Plus, like, I'm not mad for what I got from them. So, yeah, man, Space Marine 2 is high on the list. I'm definitely day one on that.
Ready to lock. Oh yeah. And for the people who are upset about early access, I will be getting the Ultimate Edition. I will be doing 4-day early access. Thank you. This is one of the games I'm definitely going to get. Still, I had another one for you, real quick,
okay,
too, brother, because we didn't get to talk about it last week, but just another smaller topic here. But Avowed. Avowed.
Let's talk about it.
We didn't have a show last week, and it came out after the showcase and stuff, and we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but they confirmed third person. Third person is an option. They've been showing more of the game off here and there. They're going to have a big presence at Gamescom. I can't wait. We got news today. Shout out to Haz, of course, coming out with the info. Avowed will be about as long as the Outer Worlds in terms of size and scope, says director Carrie Patel. Game features a series of open zones that are connected and unlock over the course of the game, rather than one giant map that you can walk through from the beginning to the end. There will be multiple endings to the game, which will contribute to some people playing replay value. Again, there was multiple endings in Cyberpunk. I know a lot of people got the save point and just kind of went back and got all the endings. For me, the game was perfect. I got my one ending. I don't need to see the other ones, honestly. I was really happy with how that ended. So it will depend if I do go back to Avowed again. But there's a couple of very, very big choices, according to her, that players will make at the end. So, Steel, but the big thing for you, this wasn't on your radar because you saw the first person gameplay, the single player. This is, you've been experimenting, cool. But the first person just wasn't hitting, as it does pretty much with any game with you, especially with melee combat and that kind of stuff. You'd much rather play third person. Yeah. But now the option is there. They confirmed it. You're going to be able to play in third person, right? We know there is going to be customization. We know all the other stuff about Avowed. So this is back on your radar now. Is Avowed going to be one that maybe it's dropping in the Game Pass? We know that, of course, first party. So are you going to be touching Avowed now, Steel?
I think I will, just like Starfield. Okay. I didn't play a single lick of Starfield in first person. I played it all in third person. And I loved every moment and bit that I got out of that. And again, knowing what they did with New Vegas, right, where they had the world feel more inclusive again, where your choices truly mattered, everything folded on top of each other. Again, that's my biggest complaint against Starfield that I have, is that everything that I did with the factions, it doesn't feel like I had an effect on the main story like I had seen in New Vegas, or I'd seen in like even Elder Scrolls Online. They don't really do it in there, although they kind of do mention certain things, so it kind of makes it come across like everything is connected somehow. Some of the choices you make do affect things that are happening around you. But because I haven't played Outer Worlds, don't really have any interest to play Outer Worlds. So I don't know if they did the same thing, but with that, although I've heard that they did, as far as having a cohesive story, that gets me extremely excited. That gets me extremely excited, man. Again, especially being more of that newfound Bethesda kind of enjoyer, I would say, more than a fan. I don't know if I'm quite a fan yet, but I'm definitely an enjoyer. I definitely want to check it out now, day one. See what they're gonna give available to me. At least put my honest time into it and see how I feel about it, and to see if it does pull me in. Because I've always said from the beginning, since I saw the game, that it looked like an interesting game, but it just wasn't of the style that I was looking for as far as how I would prefer to play that game. And now with them announcing third person that allows me. And again, you would think that that I would be a PlayStation gamer, where as much as I talk about, how much I love third person. I'm just very picky about the things that I want, the type of games, how I want to play the games. And they kind of go from there. And it's like, well, still you say this about this, but then you played Cyberpunk at first. Cyberpunk is different, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's first person, Halo is first person. Like, there's certain games where there is the exception to be made there. Whereas like Skyrim, for an example, I didn't play that game in first person either. I played it all in third person. So it's like, but that's
for the most part, you would rather prefer.
I would rather
third person.
1000%. If Halo came out with a third person, man, what fucking fantastic that would be. And now people would love Halo again. I'm telling you, that's all they need to do is release a third person Halo, and people would just be, oh man, this is the fucking greatest thing I've ever played, man. Especially with how much people love shields in their games all of a sudden now. Although I'm gonna always continue to say that. Because it's just so funny how that was like, oh, why would you play a game where the dudes have shields and I got to break your shield and then I got to. But now you play every fucking battle royale that has that exact same mechanic in it. And where did they get it from? Oh, I wonder, a little game called Halo that everybody says is dead and that nobody wants to play anymore. Man, how to fall to your own shit. That's crazy.
That is crazy. I'm just happy that you're in now on Avowed, and I'm going to try it out because I do think that you're, again, you didn't necessarily play New Vegas, but you watch your wife do a whole
playthrough. I played a lot of it.
Yeah, and so you understand what Obsidian's about. And again, I think you would actually probably enjoy Outer Worlds if you did wind up trying it. Again, it is different because it's not this big, vast open land that you go through. It's area by area, and you open them up as you go through. But I think the character development, the choices that actually do matter and change how the game is for you, that I know for a fact you do enjoy. You just brought it up again. Yeah. So the fact that you're going to try out Avowed now because it is third person, that made me so happy. When they made that announcement, I'm like, oh fuck, Steele's gonna be in now, man. I'm like, yes. I'm like, we're gonna be able to talk about Avowed together because I think he's gonna try it out. But Obsidian are masters at that, and I'm so, again, this is my most hyped game, first party wise, for Xbox for the rest of the year. This is it. Along with Indiana Jones is a close second for me because of the nostalgia and because I love indie. But man, Avowed is now, and not only just the third person stuff, which is cool because I like the option. Again, I switch back and forth in Starfield. I like that option from time to time. But because they have made massive improvements to what people were seeing and complaining about in this game, you look at the current videos that they've been showing, you can see the changes. And Carrie did a live stream the other day on Twitch, and they were playing through Pillars of Eternity 2. And she was just there kind of just taking questions about Avowed and about the Pillars universe in general while they were playing through it live. And she talked about, like, they took that criticism to heart. They went back and looked at a lot of the melee combat, a lot of the magic, and the people's reactions, the hit, kind of the hit detection on the AI and how it looked off to some people. And just, again, melee combat in first person is always going to look kind of wonky. Yeah, nobody really does it great. Like, there's good, but nobody's done it like where people are like, oh, this is like so natural. It looks just totally like it would in real life. Like, it's just really hard to do. Yeah. But looking at the videos, you can tell the update that they did, and the work that they've done to go back, because the magic looks even more impressive than it did. Yeah. And the latest quick shots of the combat in first person, you could see the difference. It felt better just looking at it. It did feel better. Again, I wasn't one of those ones because I don't expect it. I played Bethesda games for too long. I played Obsidian games for too long. Like, I just know, like, that's part of the wonkiness, and it's like, it's okay with me. That's not why I'm playing their games. Like, it's good and it works, and that's all I care about. I play their games for the stories, the characters, the choices, all that kind of stuff. Getting that God mode on where I can power up my character and play how I want to play, which they give you the freedom of choice to do, and they're doing. Even, again, the fact that I can dual wield wands in Avowed,
it's gonna be different.
It's gonna be fun, bro. It's gonna be fun. So, but they're doing the work. So whenever they do decide to drop this again, we don't have a release date. We had that little blip. We've heard it was November. We had that blip pop up where it's November 15th. They took that down. They said it was a mistake. Whenever they launch it this year, I'm in day one. And the fact that my brother Steele now is in too, and is at least going to download
I'm
it
try
and
Definitely
give it some run.
Yeah.
That excites me even more because I will come out on a Saturday and Living Split Screen and talk to him about it. But I think he's going to enjoy it. I think this is going to be another winner for Steel if they knock it out of the park. Again, we don't know anything until we get it in our hands. They could have totally screwed up the story. They could totally have terrible care. But I have the utmost faith in Obsidian. You guys have been hearing me talk about Obsidian as Bethesda's little brother for a long time.
Yeah.
I want them to do a giant open world AAA game at some point. I want them to try a Bethesda style game at some point because I think they have the talent to do it, and I know they could pull it off. But with Avowed, they're going back to what they know, what they're masters of, smaller experience, more tight-knit. That's fine. Again, I'm cool with that. I fell in love with those types of games from Obsidian. I'm cool with them doing this. I just want them to expand a little more at some point, but I'm going to take Avowed, and I already know I have a feeling I'm going to love it. So, but I can't wait for it. One of my most anticipated games, but I had to get your impression on that, Steel. Real quick too, Steel. While we were talking, the bold Alpha Wolf Pack, he got on the court with another easy 5 layup. That's right. The bold Alpha Wolf Pack dropped some late off to get the Splitters hype train rolling along at Mach 4.0. So welcome aboard all you new Splitters, because we did add another car. And listen up, y'all. Pay attention. We need to still, we're winding down, but you still got to be strapped in that 4-point harness because we don't want to lose you off this train. We don't want you losing a limb or anything else as we wind down. So please do strap in, and gotta appreciate y'all for keeping us ad-free in 2024. And remember, here, at least here on Living Split Screen, the goal never changes. It's always 69. Hashtag no beans. We ain't slinging no coffee around Living Split Screen, and that's because of all of you. So choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Thank you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack, for dropping in here late with that one.
Appreciate that, Bo. And I saw somebody ask about crossplay earlier for Warhammer for Space Marine 2. Apparently, and this information came out yesterday, can you play Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 crossplay? You can play Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 crossplay on launch day. Creative director Oliver Hollis Leak,
all platforms,
said cross-platform play will be available on day one. Even better, the feature will be made available to all systems. Space Marine 2 launches on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S. Typically, when a game launches on those systems, crossplay usually only functions between PC and Xbox. It's nice to see PS5 included in the party.
Let's go. Even better, Steel. They're doing it right, bro. They got a real big chance here with this one. This is going to be
bananas. This is going to be fucking crazy. Guys, we might have to create I hope they got clan options in there too. We're going to be fucking insane.
Let's go.
Yeah, Bo. And I think that might have been part of the reason why they also got the delay in there, because if there's one time more than any, is this time to really, and again, more multiplayer games have to start hammering that out. I get, even if you don't include PC, and I do think that needs to continue to be an option. Again, leave it up to the devs to decide how to balance that the best. There's always going to be an inherent advantage, right? Again, full arm control versus my thumb. There's a difference. Like, I don't care what anybody tells you and tries to pitch you. There should be aim assist for controller players. Like, aim better with a mouse and keyboard. That was a thing back in the day. Get your aim right. When I was playing mouse and keyboard like that. But it's super dope. That lets me know that they're going to get right.
Splendiferous with the $2 says, you guys getting younger, man. Y'all look fresh to death. Oh, Splen. Appreciate the compliment, brother. I'll take it. No, we ain't getting younger. In fact, we're going the opposite way, but appreciate the compliment, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, with no Phoenix Collection Steel Insight, which we were kind of guessing maybe could happen. I just think Space Marine 2 is going to scratch a certain itch for that violent, visceral, in-your-face, third-person combat action that is just it's just pure gaming, Brody. Yeah. It's just pure gaming at its heart. And I really think that's going to do it for a lot of us that have been missing that from not having, like you said, Gears. Helldivers in a certain way did that too, right? Helldivers 2 does that in a certain way. Just no bullshit. Get with a couple buddies, go blow shit up, go have fun, be pressured with these freaking aliens attacking you, these Xenos attacking you from all sides, but that's fun. It's just gory. It's just ruthless. That's what Space Marine 2 is going to bring to us. And now with all you confirming that they're crossplay day 1, 2,
Super
again, won't limit the amount of people as far as is growing a base of people who do enjoy that can play together no matter what system they're on. I'm all for it, man. Man, we're going to have a good time come September. Oh, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be super fire. Cannot wait.
Yeah.
Well, any other small things that you might want to get into?
There's a billion of them still. There's a billion of them, but we should wind down. Otherwise, we're just gonna sit here.
Yeah, we'll end up going down.
We're gonna push. Yeah, we're gonna be pushing through because there is a billion different things we could talk about, but we'll get to them. We'll be following up next week, and we'll have other things to talk about too. As we get into the summertime. Happy solstice to everybody, and happy summer to everybody too. Celebrate that earlier this week, but we are officially in summertime, and you know what that means, man. The games are going to start dropping more and more each month. These months are filled now, so we're going to have stuff to talk about. We're going to have lots to get into. Yeah, man, this was a great show. Great catch up with my brother here. So let's get everybody out here still, including yourself, sir.
Real quick, I will mention Windows Central did clarify what was going on with Black Myth Wukong. Apparently there may be actually some deals happening behind the scenes. Again, we don't know the truth behind what's really happening. Is it something going on with Xbox? Is it something else? We'll see. There's no real clarification on that, but Xbox,
Microsoft's statement insinuated that there certainly was, and as we brought up last night, if this was a straight up timed exclusivity deal, I think Sony would already be shouting it from the rooftops like they always have. I saw that counter argument yesterday happening, and I do kind of agree with those people. Like, if this was a true exclusivity deal, Sony would be talking about it already, and promoting it.
So close.
Maybe they are waiting, and maybe it will come
for the marketing. Yeah.
I brought up the speculation, just thinking outside the box deal, that maybe they knew, like I said last night, maybe Game Science, because they're obviously in conversation with the platform holders as they're developing their game, as they're getting closer to launch. Maybe Game Science came to, maybe was talking to Sony and Xbox 6 months ago and said, hey, we don't know if we're going to be able to get the console launch ready on time, right? We might have to take or something to that effect. Could Sony have stepped in and said, you know what, we're going to help you out. We're going to supply you some staff to help you finish out the console version on PlayStation, give you a little extra bag. We just want to make sure the PlayStation version's ready day 1.
Yeah.
And could they have paid just to shift focus on optimization to the PlayStation, which in turn would push the Xbox version, oh, by the way, on the back burner and delay the Xbox version, but not really truly have like a timed exclusivity, but just did it that way, right? I think that something like that could have happened. And I also wanted to bring this up, Steel. This all happened in LA. This all started when everybody was in LA, right? During the showcase. This stuff came out, right? Because we saw Summer Games Fest. We saw all of a sudden there's no Xbox logo at the end of the trailer, the Black Myth Wukong trailer. Everybody made the questions, and then they kind of half confirmed in their QA section of their page that the Xbox version was delayed. So this all happened there. Everybody remember kind of head scratching comment from Phil during his interview with McCaffrey right after the showcase about slimy business tactics again. Interesting that he used such strong language yet again, right during that interview, right after this stuff started coming out. And then they make this quote that basically implies, because they said we can't comment on our partners' deals with other platform holders, right? It all kind of lines up that something did happen behind the scenes, one way or the other. Whether it is an exclusivity deal, whether it's that Sony did have a play in this delay happening on Xbox. So it's kind of interesting timeline there.
Yeah. And Ohio man brings up a good point. He said, just because it's delayed doesn't mean you can't put the Xbox logo on your trailer.
It's true. It's true.
And they took that shit off their site as well.
It's true. So again, we're going to find out soon one way or the other. I'm assuming if Sony's holding back until they have one of their shows or whatever the case.
Black Myth is supposed to come out. Is it supposed to come out in August or is it further back?
No, it's August. I'm pretty sure. No, was it October? Oh God, we just.
I
there's one of these months.
There's a lot of games come that are.
There's so many games
between August and October. There's a fucking lineup happening.
Yeah, there is. August 20th.
Oh fuck.
So it's coming.
Jesus Christ.
Well,
yes, I guess we'll end up finding out what ends up happening. And shout out to Koei, who I guess all their games fall short of expectation. Rise of the Ronin, Wild Hearts. Shout out to Wild Hearts, man. Fucking goddamn it. It's a solid game. EA didn't fucking see the potential in it. Fuck EA. Anyway, Fate Samurai Remnant, which I'm gonna always fucking speak leaps and bounds to. What a fucking great game. Shout out to Fate Samurai Remnant. Wolong Fallen Dynasty, another good, I think was a good game. But apparently all those games fell short of Koei's expectation. But they did confirm that Rise of the Ronin was the Koei's fastest selling title. But why don't you fucking put it on everything else then? Since all this other shit failed. Another one, Koei's continuing to do this fucking weird ass shit and complaining about their sales failing expectation. But Fate Samurai Remnant wasn't everywhere. The only game that wasn't everywhere was Rise of the Ronin. And, well, is this the excuse that you need? This proves that games don't need to be on Xbox to do well. Sure, but how many more versions could you have sold on PC and Xbox? What's going on? And again, I'm super interested to play Rise of the Ronin. Honestly, the more I keep seeing from Rise of the Ronin combat-wise, it makes me look at Ghost of Tsushima a little bit different. It's like, I kind of wish some of this was in this game, but I understand that it's Ghost of Tsushima is more grounded and a completely different game. So they've improved it bold, so we'll see how that plays out. Anyway, as far as performance goes, well, ladies and gentlemen, it was fantastic to be back in the saddle right here with my brother from another on Living Split Screen, talking about this industry and everything that we love about it. Again, and bringing that energy. Look, I'm winding down on my energy itself. I've been up for probably about 16 hours at this point. Just getting to it. Straight off of work, came on here, in just unfiltered energy, just giving it to you. But yeah, definitely winding down. Next week we'll be right back, man. No more. I don't expect any more delays unless life continues to try to beat us up. I think that's probably maybe an expectation at some point, but we'll see how things go. We'll continue to play things out by here. But I'm not expecting any more delays. So at least on my end, we'll see how things play out though. But yeah, man, definitely love to be here. And I saw Yobi bring up a question, kind of threw me off a little bit. He said, how do you feel about Marvel versus Capcom situation? Personally, it's a nothing burger. I've mentioned this a little bit in the background, in some DMs and whatnot. For me, I find it ironic that when these older games get releases or whatever the case, it becomes a talking point for a week, and then it does not become a talking point again for some time. Or people go play these games for a day, and then they do not play these games again. The thing that's the most frustrating about for me is not about the fact that of it coming to Xbox. Again, I do think that's dumb. I don't. And there's supposedly some MT framework stuff and things that are kind of outside of the grasp of my thought process right now. There can be some issue, and you could put some onus on Xbox for that, for sure. But they're also releasing these games with nothing fucking changed to them. These games have been continuously released, and I get there's a few games in there possibly that haven't been or whatever the case. There's too many ways for you to access these titles and play them if you truly want to play them. And if you care that much, what I cannot get behind is people blatantly saying that they're willing to spend $30 on shit that is not better than what it was before. To have piss poor online matchmaking, to have piss poor optimization, to have piss poor effort put into them. I want to see these games. If you're going to charge for this shit, let's move this shit forward and actually do something to them so more people can have access and have real fun with these games. If you told me that you were charging $30 for these games and now these games are going to have some form of network that you're just going to make it easy to play with people, that has not been the case for all the previous releases when they do these old ass games. When they re-released Marvel vs. Capcom 2, it had piss poor ass matchmaking. What the fuck is the point in that? I personally think, especially when it comes to older games, that the perspective is not in the right place. We can't say that, oh, it's piss poor for Rockstar to release San Andreas in the quality that it did, but then it's okay when they do it, when Capcom does it with old ass games that you weren't worried about before, that you can go buy a device to play. You can unlock the dev mode on your Xbox to get access to. You can buy a PC. You can get a handheld. Like, quite literally, there's an emulator that you can buy on the App Store and get ROMs for flawlessly. Library searches it up all real easy if you really want to play those games that bad. It's a talking point for people. Which, and again, if you want to take the conversation other places and say, oh man, you know, Xbox, sure, I hear you. That's always a part of the perspective. But for me, and Fahim says it's going to have rollback. They keep saying that, and the games don't have fucking rollback netcode, Fahim. There's been so many fighters that come out, oh, we're gonna have rollback netcode, and they don't. I mean, I don't know what else we need to do. Let's put the onus back on. Sure, Capcom is doing great and they're moving right in the right direction, but I'm not about to give them a pass on this. We can blame the MT framework all we want to. Nah, man. Like, if you really care that much, find a way to play those games. If you weren't concerned about it before, I don't know how you could consider yourself being concerned about it now. Because you're going to play the game that one day and then never play it again. So that's how I feel about it, personally. Got anything on that you would like to add, Paul?
Nah, it's weird. It's, you know,
it's strange as fuck. I mean,
it's just strange. Again, I am different than Steel because I do, even if they don't. There's a bunch of games that got announced this week from limited run games and stuff that are coming back that are just in their original forms that have not been updated or anything else like that, but are just being brought back that you can now are going to be able to play on more modern systems. I'm always for that. Like, even in their original versions, I understand where Steel's coming from. Is it the biggest deal to me? No, it's not the biggest deal to me at all. Is it weird? Is it kind of disappointing? Whatever the reason is, again, is it just because their other collections weren't really bought on Xbox and they just don't feel it's worth it? Then that's a business decision, and that's nothing new. It's happened in the past. It'll happen again. Limited run games admitted again this week that they don't do physical copies for a lot of the games for Xbox because Xbox players don't buy physical. So
there's a business side of it. Yeah.
It's a business side, and it sucks for everybody who's super excited for that stuff, and that's why it's kind of disappointing to me. Again, I want it to be able, I can, because I can buy it on PC. So whatever, it's available on PC, so I'll be able to buy the collection. I'm planning on buying the collection because I want to play that Punisher beat 'em up. Never got to play that Punisher. I didn't even know that really existed. I think I'd seen it before, never really clicked. But the fact that they're bringing back the game that I've never been able to play, I think it's probably on my Retro S, by the way. I got to go check it out. I meant to do that earlier this week. It's probably on my Retro S. So yeah, I might be able to just play it right there. I always love companies bringing older games forward for new generations to at least for them to exist. Again, even if they're not remade or remastered, that they just exist on current systems that can still be played if somebody chooses to go do it. Now, like we said before, this is all big business though. So like that's not always going to happen, and it's not always feasible, and it's not always feasible to put it everywhere. So from a business standpoint, from a money standpoint, do I wish we had a better way of preserving all these games like Phil's talked about, like a master library of all the games, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands uncountable type games that we have lost through history now that never come back, right? That the discs were lost, that all the coding was lost for, that will never show up again. Some unknown titles and some really well-known titles that will never be brought back again in their original form.
Probably would have licensing issues now as well.
Sure, but do I wish we had a better way to preserve it all, licensing and all? But the licensing, and especially in the old days, the licensing was a freaking nightmare. You hear about these old guys talk about how these deals were done. Bro, we're talking about on napkins, signed contracts, like literally on napkins on signed contracts for licensing deals. So I just wish there was a better way. We had a master library of all the games, at least at some point, whether it's today or whether it's 2 years from now, that everybody agrees on one form and we just get them all collected in one spot so that they are never lost to future generations and they're always available to play at some way, shape, or form. I want that, but that's just not the case. So I love the fact that they brought this collection forward. I love the fact that how many people that are excited for this, because there's plenty of people out there that don't want to emulate, that don't like to do all that kind of stuff, whatever. I'm happy for all those people. It's weird it's not on Xbox. Am I going to raise pitchforks over it? Whatever the reason is, this isn't the first time. It's not going to be the last time. If we're talking about Xbox or other consoles as well, there's been games that have skipped out on PlayStation that are only on Xbox or only on Nintendo or whatever the case may be. It's just weird that a collection like this that is beloved isn't on Xbox, but it is what it is. Again, it sucks. It sucks for all the fans that you're going to have to go find some other way to play them. But, you know, whether it's business, whether it's the MT framework, whether it's something else, whatever. At this point, whatever.
Yeah, and Ohio man makes a good point. He says PlayStation's advantage is install base. They have conversations and that Xbox could never have. That's always going to be the case
unless Club always does.
Unless Xbox changes something drastically. It makes people really evaluate. Again, things can only go so long can only go so long the way that they have for a certain amount of time. Games are expensive. $70 is expensive for games. For a game. Especially when you have games that are only 8 hours long, 10 hours long, 20 hours long. However you make that kind of draw that value, right? It's going to be interesting to see how these things are going to be treated moving forward. So.
Agreed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us in episode 152, I believe. Or was this 153? Sorry. I may be completely fucking off base. God damn it. Let me see here.
We're on episode 153.
Thank you.
153, yes.
Thank you. 153 of Living Split Screen. As you can tell, I am winding the fuck down. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to keep it up there, but nonetheless, thank you guys for coming back out and checking us out, especially after skipping a week due to real life stuff happening in the background. But again, definitely be on the lookout for us continually on a week-by-week basis as we love what we do here. And there's no other place to get that RTS perspective where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for those potential 3 billion gamers that Phil and Cerebon have been talking about. I don't know what Matt Booty has been talking about other than just being a businessman, man. He is king of business talk.
Yes. Launch exclusive, Steel. It's the new thing.
Launch exclusives. Okay. Matt Booty be making it worse. I feel like sometimes, man. Like, bro. Anyway, business talk is business talk. It is what it is. They don't have to give us all the minute details, and they never always will. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for checking this out. You can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. That's C as a 7 everywhere. And currently, I'm going to be lost in the lands of the Erdtree, the shadow of the Erdtree. That is where I'm going to be at. Outside of that, I'm also going to be in Wuthering Waves, probably until the first Descendant releases. Again, that's kind of my games that I got on my plate right now. We'll see how things line up. Time is everything. We don't all have time to play everything as much as we want to, how we want to, and when we want to. So enjoy the hobby for what it is, and just get to gaming, man. Make sure that you're true to yourself, not only to yourself, but to the hobby itself as well. Pong.
Yes, sir.
Awesome doing the show with you, man. As always, super dope chopping it out with my brother from another man. Getting that energy that I need, although I'm going to get the energy to eat some food and then get into bed. But nonetheless, as I come to wind down here, get these beautiful people out of here, man, and much love to you.
Oh, love, brother, and so good to be back here with you, brother. Missed you so much, man. We're coming up on some multiplayer seasons, though. Yeah. I'm seeing it, and we're gonna be doing that a little bit more behind the scenes during the week. I hope when we get the opportunity to. But great to catch up with you, sir. We didn't even get to go hear your Nintendo rant. We're gonna have to save that one about the case, man. We're gonna have to save that one. A couple of other things we could have gotten into, but we didn't. But what a great show! What a great comeback day it was for Living Split Screen after a week off. Chat, you guys are amazing. Showing up, showing out as you always do. Again, giving us your most valuable commodity, which is time. Thank you for being here, all of you, whether you're here now live, whether you showed up for 5 minutes or the full 4 hours, or whether you're listening to us in the future for a couple of our segments. It doesn't matter to us. All love and respect to you. All the extra support, again, never expected, but always appreciated here for the Splitters Hype Train. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Thank you for another amazing Saturday. Listen, y'all, you know the drill. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on Steam, GOG, Epic, wherever. Find me, I'll find you back. We are on hiatus for the Shop Podcast for the time being. PTK will announce whenever he decides it's time to come back. We will be back at some point. Just need some time off. He's got a lot dealing with too. He's got a lot of changes in his life that he's been going through and everything. So, we will be back at some point. But enjoy your Saturday night. Plenty of other shows going on. You're playing games. Have something else on in the background. But whatever you're doing, just I hope you enjoy your Saturday night and have a great rest of your weekend on top of everything else. But next week starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming is a channel. Boomstick is the man. He jumped in here earlier. Listen, he does it 5 days a week. Tuesdays, Xbox Factor Podcast. It's all good things green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Join them there every Tuesday. And then my podcasting week starts Thursday nights with the one and only Fun Speculation over on the Fun Speculation Network, as we call it, with Mav. It's PM in the PM every Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there next Thursday. And then, of course, Xbox Ultimate goes live Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, back on the Fun Speculation Network. Last night was special. Got a lot of family everywhere getting busy doing things. It's been the Fuzzy Mav and Pong show for a few weeks, and we didn't have a show last week because Mav was watching the Mavs. But we came back last night and we had Psychonauts join us, stole a laptop, got online because his computer took the shit to bed, but he had stole a laptop and got with us last night to join the show. But even bigger surprise than having Psycho, which was awesome, was that Jasper showed up from Space Force to be with us last night, give us his time last night. He missed us. We missed him. And it was a great show. It felt so good. The energy, it's always fun there, right? Even with Fuzzy, myself, and just Mav, 3-man show on Friday nights. It's always still a great time to be around the brothers. But to have most of the family back together again was just different last night. We had a great time. It was good hearing from Jaspy. And he had some interesting things to say because he's hanging out with random people, Space Force, these, cadets with him. and they're all PlayStation fanboys, like, but they're casuals, but they just have that cool kids mentality. So he was telling us some things, and it was really fascinating to kind of hear outside the bubble, anecdotal still, but random enough with people from all over the country and just nobody that pays attention to video games like we do here. Still trashing Xbox during the Xbox showcase. Like, it was classic. We were laughing. We were having a good time. We were asking them questions. So it was a great show last night, but we'll be there next Friday. Don't know who will be joining us, but it will be on Xbox Ultimate Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. And then, like Steele said, we should be back here, God willing, for another episode of Living Split Screen. Thank you all. Love you all. Please, it's the golden age of gaming. There is endless amounts of games right now, and every week it's being added to by this industry. Amazing games are just being lost to the wind that you might never try ever. That's how much is out there right now. So please get out there, enjoy some of it, play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon, next Thursday. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, thank you for joining us on episode 153 of Living Split Screen. And we'll check you out on our episode of 154 of LSS. Much love and stay safe. Enjoy your weekend. Peace.
Just one question.